Good morning, good evening, and everything in between. How are we on today? Please tell me that's come through now. Oh my god. I was like sitting here going, something feels wrong. Something's missing. Because I can't hear any of the audio through OBS for some reason. Like, I was sitting in the waiting room screen and I was like, there is no audio. What is going on? But then I checked on like the stream, like on like Twitch side, and I was like, no, there's audio. That's so strange. And so I was like, no. We ball in this one. And we just got a little silly, you know. We're just a little bit too excited because it's here. I have it in my little red panda hands. We got the demo, guys. It's so real. Are you guys excited? Because I'm so excited. I'm actually when I get. Do you know what I mean? You bold but you didn't shoot. No. We never. You've seen me in the Phasmo streams. I try my best and I don't succeed. But guys, it's here. We have it. The summer at the edge of the universe. We have the demo. It's real. Are you excited? Yeah. Normally, like you guys know me. Normally, I don't try demos or anything like that. But when I saw that I had been very, like, I do want to say thank you so much for Studio Elon for actually sending me a copy, because the second I saw it and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try this one actually, because y'all heard me have a breakdown on stream when we saw the trailer, so I was like, yeah, no, actually, we're doing this one. So I'm very excited. Now, I will also have to warn you, today's stream, there is a small possibility it'll be a little bit smaller than usual. The reason for that being where I live is currently experiencing a heat wave. So, as you will remember, I don't have proper cooling in, like, my room. So, we have fan 1, mini AC 1, 2 liters of water. Nope, 1.5 liters of water. That one. And some coffee. So we got what we need to get through, you know what I mean? But if it does end up a bit smaller, I will just do 2 parts and I'll put the other one in the next week. But I would like to get through it all today. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm very excited. We've been waiting for this one. I want to give it a shot. I want to have fun with y'all. Hydrate anything for you. Let's go. Let me open it first. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that was good actually. But yeah, so we've got exciting things ahead. Now, as I said, this is only a demo, so it won't be like the full game or anything that we'll be going through. Don't get heat stroke for the women, it's still worth it. No, it's worth it. Trust me, it's so worth it. For real, for real, for real. I do want to say that this is currently exclusive to streamers and content creators, but, and the biggest but ever, it is also available for people. So if you do like what we do on stream today and you do want to try it as well, you can sub to their Patreon if you wish to get access. And they have told us that we can tell you that, so I am allowed to tell you that. I had to triple check that I am allowed to actually disclose that. So if you do want to try out the demo, sub to their Patreon to get access. Also, go support them. For real, like, incredible. How perfect we're playing Summer. Yeah, no, literally. Summer, and it's during a heat wave. Perfect timing. They really knew. They saw the future and they went, Red Panda's about to go through a heat wave. Let her have it. And so now we have it. So yeah, that's my shill for today. I'm so good at this, guys. What a deal. With the summer wave. Exactly. Just remember, sub to them on Patreon. What a deal. Oh no. Anyway, I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit. That should be like a decent... Hire Mari as an advertiser. No, real! Hire me as an advertiser. I'm so good. Marielle Shilrelia exists. Hello, Kaida. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. So I'm gonna... Alright, how's this for the audio? Is that like a good enough, like, level for y'all? Somewhere at that doorstep because we live near the... Bro, like, I don't know what the hell's happening. Where I live, the temperature when I was looking at it earlier, like, they're saying this week is gonna hit up to 41 degrees, and I was like, ugh. For people, 41 degrees Celsius, which is 104 Fahrenheit, if I remember correctly. And then they hit us with, oh yeah, by the way, you're getting a storm warning tomorrow morning for heavy winds from, like, 60 kilometers to 90. And I was like, oh, mint. Cool, love that, thank you. So we're having a time where I live at the moment. But it's good, you know? We're just being silly. And I'm going to move us to the next screen. Is this not the prettiest thing y'all have ever seen, though? Like, is this not just insane? Are you not feeling it? I'm feeling it. I've just been, like, staring at this for, like, the last 20 or so minutes, and the music's been a bop. I'm like, this is good. 41C is insane. Yeah, no, it's absolutely insane. But, I think someone said, who is it gonna be? Let me just... I'm calling my shots now. I know nothing about this character, but the second that I saw this character, I was like, oh yeah, you're coming with me. You're mine now. Also, I do want to check, do you guys get any fan audio in the mic? Because if so, let me know and I will turn it off. Like, I will strategic this. Second to the left, mine. Quinn, right? Is it because they're holding the axe level? No. They showed, like, there's a really, really pretty artwork of them, and I was like, oh yeah, no, you're coming with me. Thank you. But yeah, with that, I think we should get, I'm so excited, I'm sorry. We should get started. Oh my god, this is crazy.
Hey there, Willowmere, and whoever else is listening. This is Summer Nansen, coming at you live from the Willowmere Community Center. You and I have got a little bit of sunshine left to enjoy. I've been running around setting up chairs and beds all day, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna sit down and get right into the music.
I hit play and then slide into my seat like a melted ice cream cone as the sounds of piano and guitar fade in. Sunlight streams in through the window, and I bask like a cat in the beams. Twilight, my favorite time of the day, comes to greet me personally. For the first time since this morning, I am able to take a moment to relax and breathe. I haven't sat down for hours. I'm not used to having so much to do. Every day there's been more and more tourists arriving in town, and they've all got to get set up somewhere. They've also got to get fed, get shown around, and tell me cool facts about wherever they're visiting from. It's mandatory. Sometimes I get lost in their stories. I could probably get a lot more done in a day if I wasn't always poking and prodding for more details. Oh, she's so pretty. Do the trees where you're from really reach all the way up to the sky? Do the rocks on your planet really squish underfoot when you walk on them? Is it true that the night sky is a different color every night? That's the stuff I want to know and hear about. The kind of stuff I've never gotten to see for myself. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Neki. I'm glad you said it. For every person like me who's never done or seen anything that memorable, it seems like there are 2 or 3 who have gone rock climbing in an asteroid belt or helped map out a new planet. After learning about some of these people's lives, I just have to hope that they won't leave Floral disappointed next week. Since I've been one of the community center's volunteers for a while, I got put in charge of a whole welcome crew. Our main job has been setting up temporary housing for all the folks flying in, but I've ended up running a lot of other errands too. As exhausting as it's been, I don't know what I'll do when things go back to normal in a few days. I've gotten kind of used to falling asleep early and sleeping in late. I'm sure my legs will appreciate it at least. With one song nearing its end, I flip through a list on my phone to pick the next one. But before I can choose, there is a deep reverberation from nowhere that begins to rumble around the room. After the initial surprise wears off, I rest my head on my hands. Here we go again. I disconnect the microphone temporarily to avoid blaring any crazy feedback. The rumbling shifts, and loud music fills the air, pouring in from beyond the window. Plucked strings, a distant melody that doesn't exactly sound out of place in this universe. I press my headphones against my ears and turn up my music. It lasts only a few seconds before it fades away, and the shaking disappears with it. With a sigh, I go live again.
Sorry about that, if you heard it. Celestial noise. Same as every other day lately. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty over it. At first, it was all cool and mysterious, but now it's just kinda annoying. Like, it's woken me up a few nights in a row. At least let me hear the whole song. Anyway, here's something a lot nicer to listen to. A live clip from Willowmere High's orchestra and choir last week. You'll be able to hear them at the CosCon soon too. Less than a week to go.
At the CosCon? Stretching and yawning, I just stare out the window and enjoy the music. From up here, I get the best view of the city that anyone can have, all the way to the edge of Willowmere and then beyond it, past the tiny dot that's my own house, through the fields and flowers and all the way to the distant smudge of Petal Streak. Space of Kyriel. Lately, storm clouds have made even the usual sights a lot more foggy, but the sun has managed to win for now. Even twilight fades away as the glow of the street lamps and buildings take its place. There's a steady trickle of ships returning home for the evening, and a few taking off for elsewhere. Before long, a kaleidoscope of colours blooms. The warm yellows of home mixing with all the crazy shades from the street signs and shops. I can identify a lot of them, by shape or by shade. A crooked neon banner marks Willowmere's premier watering hole. A row of soft blue orbs light the creek trail. Have a good day, Kaida! All the evenings I've spent up here have instilled me with a complicated love for this town and planet, affection mixed with some other kind of feeling. It's not nostalgia, and it's not melancholy, but it's definitely related to them both. A longing for something that I don't even know. Watching ships go in and out, watching people's windows light up, there's a life and a story behind every one of them, isn't there? I wish there were still new things for me to see out that window. By the time my show comes to an end, 3 hours after I started, things have gone from bustling to empty. There's nothing new either. On the days that I do my show, I'm usually the last to leave. The community center is such a part of everyone's life that most people just call her Cece, like an old friend. Weirdos like me say her instead of it. Sometimes, when I'm bored, I'll daydream about what I think she'd be like if she was an actual person. Maybe I have a little too much time on my hands. I'm sorry, I just got so taken back when she blinked. I was like, oh my god, please, that was so pretty. Oh.
Good night, Willowmere.
Even if there's no one listening anymore, it always feels like I should say something before switching off the lights. I hum to myself as I get on the elevator. Some nights I'll take the stairs down. Tonight is definitely not one of them. Through the glass windows, I watch Cece's floors flow past. Besides a huge digital archive of everything everywhere ever written, it has a pretty big collection of real, ink and paper books. It's one of the only ones in our local planetary system. Sometimes Mom stays here browsing until closing time. There's also a video game archive, practice rooms for musicians, free history lectures, and even the skeleton of this giant Earth-based lizard monster. Basically, it has whatever you could want. These floors look kind of lonely as I pass them by. Pretty much every light in the building is out. The elevator dings to a stop and I step out into a sitting area with plenty of plush chairs. During the day, every one of them is occupied. Maybe someone made a medical breakthrough here today, or put the finishing touches on a new masterpiece of literature. Maybe there's a pair of young lovers who settled on what planet to visit for their honeymoon. I pass through the lobby silently and step out into the cool night air. I've been inside long enough for some of the clouds to roll back in and threaten me with rain. Their scare tactics motivate me to muster up the energy to hurry home, or at least walk a little faster than usual. When I was younger, I used to think that puddles were portals to other worlds. Silly kid stuff, I know, but I jumped headfirst into a lot of puddles, hoping to see something new on the other side. All I ever got, of course, were wet socks and two ticked off moms when I got home, but that never stopped me from jumping. Oh my god. Alright. I miss that version of me sometimes. The younger, more naive She's so pretty in that, actually. Wait. The art is popping off. Here I am, more than 10 years later, trying to avoid puddles on my walk home. Fireflies flicker, just like the city lights on the horizon. There's a chalk drawing on the park sidewalk that's been washed away by the rain. There's something about this time of year that makes me think of back then more than usual. I guess it's cliche since I'm named after it, but summer has always been my favorite season. It was the season for dreaming big and making plans for the breaks. Those plans never took my friends and me anywhere more exciting than a sleepover at each other's houses. But that was enough. And we always swore that someday we'd go on a real adventure together. Even though it's been 4 years since we all parted ways, I can't help but get a little wistful. Nowadays, it's the season for seeing groups of kids come to visit Cece just like we used to, and being on the other side of the reception desk. The walk home only takes 20 minutes or so. I cross the bridge outside our house and quietly enter the front door. All the lights are off, including in Mom and Ma's room, so they must both be asleep already. I kick off my shoes at the door and head upstairs silently, being careful to step over the squeaky fourth stair. Oh my god, Mom and Ma, I like that. Sneaking in like this is a bit nostalgic itself. The main difference is that this time I'm not trying to avoid getting caught. I just don't want to disturb my parents. Before I head up to my room, I shut off the lights in the greenhouse. Ma always keeps it on for me when I stay out late.
Good night.
If I say it to the empty radio room, it's only fair that I say it to the plants too, right? In my bedroom, I start to get ready for bed, but before I climb in, I go to take one last look out my window. If I'm lucky, I'll get a full night's sleep tonight. One without an earful of noise from another universe shocking me awake. If there's one thing I didn't get from my moms, it's their ability to just fall right back asleep. When it first started a few weeks ago, I thought the otherworldly sounds were going to be the beginning of something extraordinary. Didn't take long for it to just become something plain old ordinary. Despite the clouds, something up in the sky catches my eye. A tiny little light streaks across the horizon. A shooting star. The legend that wishing upon a star would make your wish come true is one that I stopped believing in a long time ago. But still,
I wish...
it couldn't hurt, right?
I wish... something good would happen. I'm not too picky about what. Just something bigger than me. I could really use some kind of sign. That I won't be like this forever.
I'm so sorry to distract, but look at how pretty the shading is. And she has freckles. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind over the hair again. Is it not a Mari stream if I'm not losing my mind over how the hair is shaded? I'm sorry. Anyway.
Because that's what it feels like lately.
I don't even know what to wish for exactly. I hope that whoever's out there listening to wishes can figure out what I mean.
I wish I knew how to change.
The light starts to get a little bit bigger and brighter, and I realize it's not a shooting star at all. It's just a ship coming in to land. Its headlights streak overhead before it lands downtown somewhere. I sigh, and that turns into a yawn. Shutting off the light at last, I climb into bed and try to get cozy. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe wishes can come true without a star anyway. Oh, thank you so much for the support. Hello, hello. How are you today? Thank you for the bits. The next morning, I go downstairs to a house that's already woken up without me. The windows open, a breeze rustling the curtains. It brings the smell of wildflowers into the kitchen, along with the earthly smell of my parents' garden. In the corner of the living room, the pile of camping gear that I had to dodge around in the dark last night has grown. A new lantern, as well as the matching blankets that Ma loves, have been tucked under the tents. My parents themselves are nowhere in sight, but there's a cup of coffee with my name on it. Literally, my name is on the mug. That was a Ma holiday project a few years ago. I take a seat at the counter, where the screen is on and set to the local news. I half listen as I stir some of Mom's homemade vanilla syrup into my coffee and stare out the window.
That's right, Ted. It's looking like another gray day in Willowmere. And of course, there's one question that's on everyone's mind. Is this rain going to be gone by next week? We've caught up with a couple of off-worlders who are visiting Florel for the first time in order to catch the cosmic concurrence that's supposed to happen. Only problem is, they're not sure if they're going to be able to see it.
The camera shifts to focus on a pair standing close by.
Hey, I know them.
Well, kinda. Their silver skin and second pair of eyes stick out in my memory at least. I don't remember their names, but I met them a couple days ago when they first arrived on our planet. I helped them find their way to the temporary lodge where they're staying, in one of the wings of the city hall. They talked to the reporter for a bit about how they came all the way from another star system and decided to visit for a few days and make it a whole vacation. When we met, they asked me for recs on what to do or see while they're in town. I pointed out all my favorite places to get a snack of folks whose goods are worth checking out, and spots like the swimming docks and CC. But that's about as exciting as it gets here on Florel. I hope that trip ends up being worth it in the end. After I finish breakfast, I clean up the kitchen and then myself, taking a quick shower and getting dressed for the day. I'll be helping out at the school again this afternoon, but I made sure to keep my morning free. As I grab my coat and get ready to go, I notice a basket with a note by the door. Some, Ma, and I went out to make some deliveries. This one is for Aletha. Don't eat them all yourself. I take a peek into the basket, spotting a bunch of cherry tomatoes. I pluck one for myself and then head out the door. The note just said not to eat them all. Not to not eat any. Damn, I wish I could do that. Mom and Ma have a pretty huge garden out in the backyard, plus there's the greenhouse upstairs. Since we always have a ton of fruit and vegetables and flowers, way more than our family of 3 can eat or admire, we give them away at a local market every week, or drop things off at people's homes directly. Sometimes folks have special requests, like off-world spices or medicinal plants, and my parents will do their best to grow them. I love the combined no tomatoes. One of the chores I hated growing up was watering all the plants in the greenhouse. It seemed so pointless since there are a million different machines that could have done it for us. God, the background. No, but like, why is that stunning? Like, that's incredible, actually. Like, there's a little bridge over there. Hello, what is Smits? How are you today? Welcome to chat. Because, like, look, there's a little bridge, a couple of houses. Look at that, though. Like, that's beautiful. Like, whoever did the background art kind of really went hard and, like, go off, actually. Because, like, backgrounds aren't easy. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, like, this stuff isn't easy, and they've just absolutely made this gorgeous. Oh my god. Took me a while to realize that was the whole point. I don't mind it as much now. In fact, it's kind of rewarding to watch little sprouts grow under my care. Even though I felt kind of mopey going to bed last night, today is a new day. There's a few patches of blue sky, even with clouds still covering most of it. A few ships pass by overhead, probably on their way to Pedal Streak. I got my pilot's license a few years ago, but I haven't flown since then. Anytime we go camping, my parents and I always take the train as close as we can. We don't have a personal ship. Hardly anyone in Willamere does. Today, if I wanted to, I could take one of the local shuttle lines into town and get dropped off close to Letha's place. I don't mind walking though, especially when it's nice out. It's not that I dislike floral or anything. I like it a lot actually. Its famous fields of flowers and flowing rivers always cheer me up when I'm down. I really am glad to live in a place this beautiful. What bugs me is that it's all I've ever known and seen. And what bugs me even more is that I know a lot of that is my own fault. It's not hard to go off-world. Almost anyone can do it. There are dozens of passenger ships that take off from Pedal Streak every day. Cece watches over me from not too far away. You can see her from just about anywhere in Willamere. In fact, I don't know of anywhere in town that you can't see her. God, the detail actually. Look at that. That perspective has hands, actually. That's insane. What the hell? What the... Like, everywhere you look is like... Losing my mind at my own mod getting carded. What was that? That's insane. Oh my god, I can't believe my own... It won't even let it be posted. I'm trying to override it and it's not even letting me, Neki. That's so funny. Damn. Oh, hydrate? Okay. Oh no, it's solid. Anyway, I'm losing my mind over how, like, everywhere you look in this image, there is so much detail. Like, what is that perspective? That is insane. You can't see. Look at that detail. Like, look at it. Like, that's beautiful. And then you look and every single brick is so beautifully done. Like, the color differences through it all. Like, that's crazy. Even like the solar panels too. And the reflection, like the lights reflecting, that's insane. Like everywhere you look is just so detailed. And it's like, how long did you spend? Because this is incredible. Like there's been no, like, there's no shortcuts in this. Like I cannot see anywhere where they have like shortcut. Because, like, even when you look at the very back here... I'm hiding my logo for a second, actually. I need you guys to see this. Where is my logo? Like, look here. Even that is so beautifully detailed. Like, not anywhere on here can I see the slightest, like, drop. And that's insane. Like, everything down to the final letter, like every stroke is just insane. Like there's like the power lines. All of those are done beautifully. Even the buildings in the background is insane. Like, what is this? Whoever did the background art, please, you cooked. Because, like, I'm losing my mind right now over how everywhere you look in this image, everything is just gorgeous. No, they popped off with this one, actually. Like, all of the art has been incredible. But, like, this one just hits so differently. What the hell? My god. I'm just in awe. I'm sorry. I come to a stop at a set of railway tracks, which make a sort of boundary between the outskirts of town where we live and town itself. Behind me is a wide field dotted with flowers. Ahead of me, the buildings are much taller and closer together than the scattered houses like mine. To protect Floral's environment, mining for natural resources is super limited. Instead, we import a lot of ores and minerals from the nearby Stana asteroid belt or other traders. That means we make most buildings out of simple materials compared to some other higher-tech planets. It gives towns like Willowmere a laid-back atmosphere that lots of visitors lately have been calling quaint. Okay, I think that's my favorite post that she has so far. Making my way down the familiar streets, I greet the people passing by with a smile or wave. It's the first day in a while that's sunny enough to dry clothes from the balcony or toss a ball back and forth. Finally, I reach Aletha's building and take the elevator up to her floor, and then knock. The door opens just a second later, courtesy of a small robot. They must have been waiting for me. Where's the robot?
Summer, come on in, honey. How have you been?
That's the robot.
Morning!
I lean down to give her a hug.
I've been good. I've missed you. Can't believe it's been a week.
You're telling me. Here I am, counting down the days on my calendar.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have a moment again. Look at how beautiful the hair is again. I'm sorry. You guys know me. I lose it every time when it comes to really nice shading, and the hair is driving me insane. That color is gorgeous, actually. Put that on my person.
Oh, stop.
We head into the living room and I sit down, holding out the gift I've been carrying.
These are for you, from Mom and Ma with love.
I give her the basket of cherry tomatoes that Ma picked up for her.
Oh, thank you. And thank your mothers for me.
She hovers over it, looking for the perfect tomato, and pops one into her mouth.
You can tell they're fresh off the vine. Nobody grows a better garden than your parents, huh?
Yeah, they're pretty incredible.
She's like me, for real, for real. I sprawl out in the living room in a comfy chair while Aletha rolls to the kitchen, putting the tomatoes away.
Tea, honey?
Both, please.
One of our traditional jokes. A moment later, and she comes back out with a steaming teapot that she must have also had waiting for me. Aletha makes her own blends, sometimes using fruits and spices that we give her, and they're always delicious. This one has a deep rosy color and smells like one of Ma's orchids. I take a sip, and it's both sweet and tangy.
This is good. New flavor?
Finished it this morning. You think it's a winner?
I take another sip.
Maybe it's a little too sweet?
No such thing.
I was thinking that too. Well, it'll be back to the kitchen this afternoon until I get it right.
You entering one of Mr. Maza's contests again?
Of course. I can't lose 2 years in a row. My pride won't let me.
Her hands are a bit shaky as she sets the teapot down on the table. It's been hard, noticing how that happens to her more and more often lately. The little robot zooms over to assist. I've been coming by since I was a teenager. At first, getting to know Aletha was just a homework assignment, but we ended up getting along so well that I just never stopped visiting. Sometimes she feels like my third mother, or maybe my fourth grandmother.
So, you still busy getting ready for the who saw what's it?
Fourth grandmother? It means you have three. It means you have three grandmothers currently. Hold on. I'm mathing. Hello? Hello? Oh my god. Okay. Just a hello!
For the... Oh, the Coscon?
It's the gay math. Yeah, what gay math is mathing.
Right, that's the one. The name slipped my mind for a bit.
Wish that could be me. Yeah, it's been the center of my life for like a month now. And basically everyone else's. Even my mom's. Like, you wouldn't even think we're going on our camping trip next month. Most years, it's all they'll be thinking about for months ahead. But they still haven't even figured out what to pack. A lot of people are coming from off-world to see it. Me and the rest of Cece's helpers have been setting them up with places to stay while they're here. And my parents are helping with all the cooking.
You don't sound all that excited about it yourself.
Just finished playing this game. I'm so excited. I saw that you sent out a tweet, but I saw it afterwards and I was like, damn it!
I'm just not getting my hopes up, that's all. It's still Florel, after all. I know better.
Spoken like a true jaded old grump.
Hey now! Nobody knows what to expect. Even the scientists who calculated that it's gonna happen. All they know is that in 4 days, our universe is going to slide past another one. There was this whole thing on TV explaining how they figured it out, but once they started using math with letters in it, I stopped paying attention. When the sky started making all that noise, I let myself get excited. But if the cosmic concurrence itself is gonna be that disappointing too, then I'll just be glad when it's over.
Is it really that bad? I still haven't heard a peep from the sky myself. Maybe there's some silver lining to not hearing so good anymore.
You're really not missing much. Music and sound from another universe. Even saying it like that makes it sound cooler than it is. Maybe if it was more than a few seconds at a time and didn't wake me up every night.
Chuckling, Aletha takes a contented sip of tea and smacks her lips. Then she sets it aside and looks at me with a knowing smile.
So, I take it you're not even gonna go see it then?
I'm still gonna watch, of course, as long as there's anything to watch. Speaking of which, you're totally gonna see it with me, right?
Oh, it sounds like it'll be well past my bedtime. I'll watch it on TV if I'm awake. Besides, you've got better things to do than to be spending all your time with an old fogey like me.
Uh-huh. Like what?
You should be telling me that. Your youth isn't gonna come around a second time, you know.
I know. I'm just figuring stuff out still. Besides, what would you do without me, huh?
I suppose I'd have to find someone else to try my tea. Now tell me why I feel like I've heard that one before.
I groan and press a pillow against my face.
Probably because I've been saying that for a few years now, right? There's just one thing holding me back, and her name is Summer.
You really telling me that there's at least 2 universes out there, and you still can't find one thing that gets you excited?
Ouch. It sounds a lot worse when you put it that way. I don't know. I don't know what I am.
She is cute. I love her so much.
First you know, now you don't know. Which is it?
I'm still trying to figure that out too.
Kicking my legs up in the air, I roll myself into a sitting position.
I know I've been saying the same thing for forever now, but nothing I've tried really grabs me. You've seen me try drawing, bird watching, now dancing.
Acting.
Oh no, don't remind me, but yeah, acting too. See what I mean?
You've got your show, though. I know I'm not the only one who listens to it every week.
I guess so, but that's just me talking about myself and playing music that I like. You can get both of those anytime you want, you know? Like right now.
I pretend I'm in the radio room talking into the mic.
Coming at you live from Aletha's house, this is Summer's Pity Party, where everyone's invited. I'm your host, Summer Nansen, and today you're gonna hear me complain about the same stuff I always do.
Okay, I actually love her. Aletha grins.
It's my favorite radio program.
Leaving her mug next to mine, Aletha wheels herself over to one of the windows. She also likes to watch the world go by, just like I do. It's one of the things we first bonded over way back when.
You know, I've had a pretty good life myself. Been to a lot of places, seen my fair share of the stars. After I met William, we zipped around all over this galaxy and that. But before that, I was just like you, waiting for adventure to find me instead of going out and finding it myself. I spent years dreaming about what-ifs instead of making them happen. Once I got myself out there and saw more of what I was missing, I felt pretty silly for not doing it sooner. I don't think there's anyone who gets to be my age today and looks back wishing they'd done less. So, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with taking things slow and just letting life happen to you. But before you know it, you'll be an old woman staring out the window, and then you'll wish you'd really lived instead of just existed.
I get up from my spot and go give Aletha another big hug. I have to be careful not to squeeze too tight, feeling her bony frame in my arms. Sometimes it's easy to forget she's as old as she is, with the way she always keeps busy. Hey, Sin! Just as they look. Oh, good stretch! Oh, that was cute, actually. But even in the few years that I've known her, I've watched her slow down. The reason I convinced her to get a robot to help her out was because there are more and more things she's not able to do by herself. She's one of those people who doesn't like having stuff done for her. Still, I'm glad there's someone to help her out when I'm not around, since she doesn't have any family left. The background music is such a bop. She pats me on the shoulder as I sit back down.
Don't waste your youth, honey. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't want to. I just need to figure out what it is that makes me happy. At least I know plenty of things that it's not.
You're still dancing, though?
Technically, when my body lets me. But it's not something I'm really into, I guess. It just kills some time and helps me keep healthy.
Well, you know I'll be here to hear about it when you decide on what you're doing next.
I know, you always are.
The morning passes quickly and into the afternoon until it's time for me to head out. Usually I'd go to CC, but today I'm headed straight from my old school. That means a quick walk to the closest train station. Gay redhead time. Yeah, it is! We're having gay redhead time! I managed to snag my favorite seat by the window, but I don't pay much attention to the view as it whizzes past. Instead, I'm busy thinking about Aletha's words. Wasting my youth, huh? It's not the first time she's mentioned it, but today it hits a little bit differently. I can't help but feel stuck, like I'm running in place. How are you supposed to find yourself if you don't know what you're looking for? The first few raindrops start to fall as we reach the station and I disembark.
Figures.
Pulling my coat tighter around myself, I head towards the high school. Squelching through the mud, I hurry as fast as I can. The station gets me pretty close, but I still have to cross the field and most of the campus to get to the school's entrance.
Should have brought an umbrella.
I think I forget mine more than I remember it. A few other folks are milling about, and a stranger holds the main door for me as I go inside. There's a hot coffee station set up near the front, which is my first stop. Close by, there are also some rags and rugs to clean up, and a rack for me to leave my coat. Then I head for the office, which is where we've set up our base of command. Welcome back! When I started coming here a couple weeks ago for prep work... Oh, okay, good stretch. Thank you for the stretch, and I'll get that hydrate as well. There we go. When I started coming here a couple of weeks ago for prep work, it was the first time I'd been back in this school since my friends and I graduated nearly 5 years ago. Walking through those doors as an adult was a surreal feeling. Not that long ago, I was here every day. Now, I'm an outsider, someone who doesn't belong anymore. I don't mind that too much. Who wants to go back to high school anyway? But it does make me miss some of the people. 3 of them in particular. Hi Maury! Hello! We are winning! Although it's not like I ever stopped missing them. Did Maury read the document? I told everyone to go subscribe to their Patreon. I shilled. When we all walk out of the school for the last time, I thought that was just the beginning of our time together. Hannah, Quinn, Izzy. We'd been friends for over half our lives at that point. It just made sense that the freedom of adulthood was where things would really start. I sure wasn't expecting that to fall apart less than a year later. If you'd told me that we'd eventually go for 4 years and counting without speaking, there's no way I'd have believed it. And yet, here we are. Sighing to clear my head, I focus on the task list in front of me. Everyone else is working hard, so I can't slack off either.
Let's see. Pretty much what I expected.
The list of tasks isn't long, but each of them is gonna take me a while. I have to set up the seating for one of the viewing rooms, figure out the display situations, and then put together the menu and ingredient lists for my moms. Both of them were super excited to be helping out. Unlike me, they loved the idea of coming back here. They say it brings back nice memories for them too, although they're way different from my own. Mom's from Floral, but not Willowmere, and Ma's from a different planet, so neither of them spent as much time here as I did. All they have are the memories of my school events and parent-teacher conferences. In other words, the parts I barely remember myself. I get it though. I'm sure I'll be the same way if I ever have kids of my own someday.
Alright, first up, chair time.
The main auditorium's already been set up, but we're expecting to have more people than can fit in there, so we've put together a few overflow rooms too. All of the desks and usual school stuff has been cleared out, so I need to set up temporary chairs for people to use. I find a cart full of them and take it back to the first room that I'm assigned to. The ceiling's already been decorated with tie-dyed cotton, and there's a hand-painted welcome sign taped up to one wall, speckled in toddler finger paint. Little by little, things are coming together. I can't deny how satisfying it is to see. Going from room to room, I unload and unfold so many chairs that it becomes almost like its own dance routine. There's a rhythm to it all that I keep up, just to entertain myself. Even this takes me back, in its own way. Normally, Izzy'd be all over this kind of job. Dummy work, I should call it. AKA something even a dummy like her can do. I managed to get things done on my own anyway. 4 rooms and an uncountable number of seats later, I'm finally finished. On other planets, people don't do stuff like this by hand. It's pretty much unheard of. There are robots who could do what I just did in half the time and with way fewer snack breaks. Here on Floral though, people just like doing things the old-fashioned way, even if that makes it the hard way too. Once I'm rested up, it's on to my next task, making sure the displays are all set up for the viewing. For that, I'll need to go to the tech lab. I can still automatically follow the path. The time spent away no match for the years I spent here. But as I'm passing through yet another empty hallway, I spot something unexpected. Oh my god, the little guy! Just up ahead, seemingly frozen in place, is a kid with their back to me. I can see their head turning, trying to decide which direction to go. They're probably here with one of their parents, and we're kinda deep in the depth of the school, so it's easy to get lost. I put on a big smile, pretty used to handling children.
Hey there, are you okay?
At the sound of my voice, they turn around, but I can instantly see that it's not a kid, it's a robot.
Greetings. All within my perception appears to be okay. However, I am presently lost.
I have pack bonded so fucking fast with this little one.
Sounds like you're not totally okay then.
The little robot peers up at me, an inquisitive look on its pixelated face. It reminds me a little bit of these research robots that I've heard about, except better dressed.
Is that so? My friend says that being lost is simply an opportunity to discover someplace new. So, I'm feeling very fulfilled right now.
To demonstrate just how fulfilled, the robot displays a little meter on its screen that's filling up. The charging bar reaches the end and then overflows, playing a little jingle. It's cute, and I can't help but laugh. Most of the robots I've met are like Aletha's, helpful but impersonal. This one even waves its arms in celebration, and I notice it's carrying a book.
Wow, you weren't joking.
No, I'm still learning about jokes. However, I'm hoping to incorporate this functionality soon. I will pursue that endeavor at a different time. Currently, I need to locate the library.
I'm sorry, I see the only lowercase and I'm like, it has a typing quirk in the text. And then I think of what else uses, yeah. Yep.
Oh, I should have guessed. Well, you're in luck because I'm going that way too. Just follow me.
Those who know and want me so dead right now. Let's go!
Thank you. Your assistance is most appreciated.
No prob. We're not too far away.
Instead of walking, the robot lifts up off the ground and hovers alongside me.
So, what's that book you're reading?
I am not the one who read it. I'm returning this on behalf of my friend. I volunteered to make the journey in order to experience a new environment.
I hold my back from pointing it out. Well, I'll do it. I'll do it anytime. You can't give me typing quirks and not expect it. I have been cursed by that knowledge all my life. It holds the book so I can see it.
Oh, I know that one. A friend of mine read it a long time ago.
I recognize the cover. It has a picture of the three main characters on the front, all sitting at a table together. One of them has ears like a fox. Are you kidding me? For real? That's crazy. One of them has ears like a fox? That's so insane. Quinn checked that book out back in our last year of school. I remember seeing them carry it around, but I never heard whether they liked it or not. For all I know, they never even finished reading. Imagine that cover. I can't picture it either. Like, I'm just at such a loss for what it would actually look like. Like, 3 characters, one with fox ears? That's crazy. The robot, I notice, is very careful with the book, even when it's waving it around. Maybe it's used to transporting delicate specimens. Man, I wish that book was obtainable IRL. That would be so crazy. Could you imagine? After a couple more twists and turns, we arrive at the library, which is right next to the tech lab I was headed for.
Ta-da! You can just drop it in the box, right here. Need any help?
No, I would prefer to accomplish this task on my own.
Yeah! Floating up to reach the slot, the robot deposits the book and then plays another victory song.
Congrats! You did it!
Yes, I did. Thank Thank you for assisting in finding this place. You were integral to the completion of my mission.
Aw, don't mention it. Happy to help.
I am afraid I cannot honor your request. I will be making a mention of this encounter to my friend. However, I am sure they will also be pleased to hear my report.
Okay. I guess we can make a one-time exception then. But don't go mentioning it to anyone else.
Affirmative. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye.
Bye!
The little robot happily buzzes off down the halls, going back the way we came.
I hope it doesn't get lost.
Now that I think about it, maybe I should have offered to show it the way. Well, it's a robot. I'm sure it'll figure it out. Using the key code that I was given, I unlock the tech lab and make sure everything's properly set up. Compared to getting all those chairs ready, this is easy. There are a bunch of different live feeds from around town that I check off and approve, and I also do a test run of the 3D viewing space. Some folks will want to mingle and just watch the main live feed, which is what we have broadcasting in the auditorium. But for the people who want a more immersive experience, one of the science labs has been suited up with a simulation room that'll make it seem like you're actually outside. Hannah and I used to do something similar for fun. They're designed for kids to be able to get a hands-on look at what they're reading about during class. We would spend our free periods exploring what kind of weird options were available. Stuff like strange animal skeletons or gemstones from other planets. I sit down and sign in. Doesn't seem like the software's changed at all since I last used it. I won't be the one running things on the actual night of the concurrence, so I just need to prep things for whoever will be. Checking over it all is simple, but takes a while. Especially when I keep getting distracted by the other feeds from around the planet. For a people watcher like me, sitting here is almost too much power. Still, even in a focused rush, it takes the better part of an hour before I'm finally satisfied enough to say I'm finished.
Alright, almost done. Let's do this.
Psyching myself out and stretching my fingers, I lock up the lab and head to my final destination, the cafeteria. I find a variety of ingredients waiting for me, pasta and veggies and other stuff too. I take inventory of it all, organizing some stuff like our kitchen at home. This will be my mom's base of operation that night, and I won't be surprised if I end up here too. They both love to cook for a crowd since it gives them a chance to show off. We've got the menus along with a list of orders for the attendees at home, so we'll use the list I make here to figure out what we need to bring from the garden. I wander through the coolers and pantries, jotting down everything onto a notepad as I go. I take a picture of the list, send that to both my moms, and then stuff it into my coat pocket. I'm finally done for the day. I don't have long to even think about heading home though, because the moment I go back to the front of the school, someone flags me over to ask for help with some tasks of their own. I end up running around for another hour, doing essentially more of the same stuff I had been assigned. By the time I'm finally free, I'm good and exhausted. Afternoon sunshine is pouring in through the windows, rather than the rain that had been pouring when I got here. When I head outside, it's downright comfy again, just like this morning. By the way, happy peas we have. I thought it was tomorrow. Wait, is it not tomorrow? I thought it was the 22nd. Tomorrow for us. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, for the Americans. Yeah, let's go. I was gonna say, damn, I swear it was the 22nd. It makes for a nice walk to the station and a smooth train ride back home, where I flop down onto the couch as soon as I reach it. It's been another long day, and I'm glad to be flat on my back instead of sitting or standing. But also, the end of these long days is in sight. Before I know it, things will be back to the same old routine. Am I ready for that? I really don't know. Audio? Audio? Please tell me. Okay, there just must not be any noise here. American accents, your Aspen? Save? Oh, there it is. Wait. Oh my god. The... There we go. I don't mean to fall asleep, but next thing I know, I'm waking up with a blanket draped over me and a pillow stuffed under my head that wasn't there before. The lights have been turned off, other than a lamp in the living room with me, but the night is just beginning. Although the stars are out, it's closer to dinner time than bedtime. Yawning, I toss off the blanket and roll to my feet, heading into the kitchen to make myself some tea. After mulling over my choices, I pick a fruity blender like they gave me a few visits ago. While it's steeping, one of the doors to the outside opens and Ma strolls in.
Oh, hey, you're up.
Oh my god.
Yep, good morning.
Peeking out the window, she makes a face.
You might be off by a few hours on that one.
It's morning time somewhere out there.
What they have you doing up at the school? Mom and I came back and found you conked out on the couch.
Conked out.
Oh, you know, they needed someone big and strong like me to set up a bunch of chairs and computers.
Well, you woke up just in time, because Mom and I got the stuff to make some butter cookies.
Her voice sounds familiar. Grabbing my mug, I bounce away from the counter to clear a space.
Don't let me slow you down.
You still gotta wait a bit. Mom's out in the garden now grabbing stuff from your grocery list.
I'm on my way already.
My parents' butter cookies are famous neighborhood-wide. The sooner they get started baking, the sooner I can start eating them. Oh my god. So anyway. I am not allowed to make the comment that I was thinking right now. This is insane. What is this height difference happening? Yeah, literally, Neki, what is this height difference happening? I pop out the door that Ma just came through, spotting Mom already on her way in, so I hold it open for— I love blue-coated women. Did you guys know that? I love when women are so blue-coated. She smiles gratefully, turning to avoid hitting me with the box full of produce that she's carrying. Mother's Mari would like to friend. Yeah, so real. Her and her full potential queen. Oh my god, they are red and blue gays. Do you know my favorite dynamic is either red and blue gays or red and pink? Not red and pink. Pink and blue. Either cotton candy or red and blue. Ah, chef's kiss. She smiles gratefully. We read that.
Is that everything?
I think so. We'll pull the peppers and onions next week so they're fresh. What else was on your list?
Let me see.
I reach for the note that I shoved into the pocket of my coat. Wait. No way. No way! I left my coat at school! I left my coat at school. I was so distracted by the nice weather when I left that I forgot all about the bad weather when I got there. A classic summer blunder.
Or not. I forgot my jacket up there.
I have the list on my phone, but I'll need my jacket itself for tomorrow. It's clear out right now, but there's no telling when the rain will come back. I already know what I'm going to have to do, even as I try to think of an alternative. With her free hand, Mom pats me on the shoulder. She knows too.
Guess I'm heading out.
There should be cookies by the time you get back, at least.
That does make it a bit better. Be home soon.
Oh my gosh, she's literally actually be. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god. Kicking my shoes on by the door, I step out into the young night. No, I want to go back to the moms. No, take me back to the moms. Please. Willowmere at this time is a lot different than Willowmere during the day. There's hardly any nightlife or places to hang out late. That's why I'm usually the last one out of CC when I do my evening shows. With the open skies, we get a ton of natural starlight, which sustains a lot of the planet. Overhead, Floral's twin moons have begun to rise. 2 moons? Nighttime brings a whole bunch of plants to life that are dormant during the day. Shimmering moon blooms glow at my feet, lighting the path with their bell-shaped buds. By the time I get home, even more will have lit up. The cool air feels lovely, so instead of heading for the station and waiting for a train, I decide to jog to school. Besides, I've got plenty of energy to burn. Starting off slow, I hurry down well-tended dirt paths, crossing empty roads illuminated by street lamps. Some houses have already gone dark, while others still have their windows lit up. Just like arranging the chairs earlier, I find a rhythm for my footsteps to follow. A beat that I can run to. Maintaining my form is a game I play against myself. Like a good session at my dance class, the growing soreness in my legs and lungs are satisfying. Proof that I can still push myself, that I'm alive and healthy. I'm sweating by the time I get to the city park that used to be one of my friends and my favorite hangout spots. It's about halfway between my house and school, and also about halfway from the station that Hannah and Izzy would use to get home. I've spent hours of my life sitting on those swings or under those trees. Now I just run right past them. Across a river and out of the park, the rest of the way from here to the school is covered in hills. Soft, gently sloping ones for the most part, but still enough to make me gradually slow to a walk. My breathing is heavy as I start the final ascent, the school building itself looming in the darkness ahead. Got distracted halfway through maintaining my form as a gay. Yeah, no, real, that is... that is the best way to hear that, actually. Buddy! Just ahead, I spot the first other person I've seen since leaving my house. One of the bright overhead lights at the edge of campus is shining down, giving me a clear view of a surprisingly familiar face. It's the little robot that I saw earlier today. It waves when it notices me, rising up into the air.
Greetings. You have returned. That is most unexpected.
Just a little friend.
Same to you. I forgot my coat, so I'm back to get it. What about you?
This time, I'm accompanying my friend. They are presently at the school. I have chosen to remain out here so far. The local plant species here are quite fascinating. However, I would like to join them. May I accompany you?
Sure thing. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Summer Nansen.
Usually I wouldn't be so chatty with a robot, but this clearly isn't a normal one. It reminds me a lot more of a person than the machines that clean the floors and windows at CC. Plus, it's already our second meeting. I can hear the sound of a fan spinning in the robot's body as it processes that.
That is quite the coincidence. My friend knows someone on this planet who is named Summer Nansen. My name is Curiosity. I'm very pleased to meet you, Summer Nansen.
Just Summer is fine. And... wait, who's your friend?
The name that they have chosen is Quinn.
I thought so. I thought so. It plays a small celebratory jingle. Jerking to a halt, I rub my ears, certain that I must have misheard or that I'm more tired than I thought.
Sorry, one more time?
The name that they have chosen is Quinn.
I may not be the machine here, but I feel like I'm short-circuiting. Like I fell asleep and I'm in a dream, because there's no possible way this robot is referring to the same Quinn that I'm thinking of.
Quinn... son?
Yes, that is their full name.
Oh.
Quinn's son, aka formerly one of my closest friends. The fact that this robot knows them is both a total shock and at the same time, such a Quinn thing that I'm not surprised at all. Curiosity hovers, still looking at me, probably waiting for some kind of response. Problem is, I'm not sure how to respond.
You're saying Quinn is just up ahead at the school?
I don't really know which answer I want to hear.
Unless they have left me behind, then yes, they are.
Well, that's a scary thought. I don't dwell on it. I don't want to tempt fate. I choose my words carefully, afraid to mess this up.
Can you take me to see them?
I can. Follow me.
Curiosity doesn't seem to share my hesitation at all. The little robot turns and floats off into the darkness, leaving me standing there by myself. I had kind of expected it to say no. Now that it's leaving, I find myself rooted in place. What will I even say? What if they don't want to see me? Wouldn't they have come and found me if they did? There's 100 reasons why this might be a bad idea. But still, there's way more reason why it might not be. Besides, I wanted something to change, something to happen. A chance like this is better than I could have actually hoped for. Plus, I want to see them. I stare off into the darkness at the quickly disappearing robot. It doesn't seem to be waiting to see if I actually follow or not. Quinn. I can't think of them without also thinking about Izzy and Hannah. We were inseparable in high school. It felt like we could do anything together. And then, after school finished, we just drifted apart. Hannah went off to school on another planet like she'd been dreaming of for years. Izzy stuck around for a while, but I don't know what's happened to her in the last couple of years. As for Quinn, well, they chose to leave the planet. The last time I saw them, they were sleeping on the floor at my house. Or at least they had been. I woke to them standing in the doorway. I asked when they were coming back, and they said they weren't. Sure enough, I never heard from them again. As far as I know, none of us did. Out of the three of them, Quinn is the last one I would have expected to run into like this. So it's pretty safe to say that I have no idea how to feel right now. But as I stand there, Aletha's words from earlier echo in my head. Nobody looks back and wishes they'd done less.
Alright, well, can't say I didn't try.
I hurry to catch Curiosity before it gets out of sight. The robot chatters on, not even noticing that I was gone. I doubt it has the functionality to detect an awkward silence. That probably comes in handy around Quinn.
With Quinn's help, I have been coming to learn about the tendencies and habits of humans. For instance, did you know that human beings can express at least 3 different emotions?
Oh my god, Curiosity, you're so right! Yes! Humans can experience at least 3 different emotions. Oh my god, you're so smart. I laugh loudly despite my nerves before quickly catching myself.
Only 3?
As if there were any doubt, we're definitely talking about the same Quinn.
At least 3. How many can you think of? Which ones am I lacking?
Only through its depression, anxiety, and silly. The duality of, yeah, happy, sad, gay, and then depression, anxiety, and silly. Come on, guys, come on.
Let's see. Happy, sad, angry, excited, lonely, jealous? That's 6 so far.
Hit with the lonely, damn.
6! You have doubled my knowledge already. Thank you very much. I can see why Quinn called you their friend.
Aww.
They said that? They called me their friend?
Yes. They have referred to you as their dear friend previously.
Curiosity, please. I almost stumble in surprise again, but this time, instead of being hit by a brick, it's like a weight is lifted off my chest.
They still think of me that way?
Biting my lip to keep from smiling too much, I start walking again, faster this time. Curiosity easily matches my speed and even outpaces me. I love how all of your thoughts are like that, and I was just like pining, wistful, gay. Like, there's 3 emotions right there. Gay, lesbian, and Overhead, the starry sky twinkles as if it's aware of how monumentous a night this is. One that's vast and full of promise.
You walk much faster than Quinn. This is fun. I cannot believe humans do not walk at high speeds everywhere.
Oh my god. We reach the top of the hill, the silhouette of the school in the darkness just across the field. Curiosity gestures in front of us.
Oh, it is just ahead. The place we said we would meet.
They said that they'd be here, but I know all too well that doesn't necessarily mean they will. Before I can finish my next thought, Curiosity beeps out a joyful 5-note melody and darts forward. Little thrusters emerge from its feet, giving it an extra boost of speed. Man, I wish I could do that. I know the 2 moons are gorgeous. I jog ahead too, triggering one of the motion-activated lights. It shines brightly, illuminating the person I was waiting to see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. They are stunning, actually. Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait. This is insane. Standing alone in the middle of the sidewalk, hand outstretched to the rushing robot. I'm sorry, look at them. My god. I'm sorry, I am currently having like a breakdown over the actual art right now. Like, this is Addy art, right? Because of the shading. Like, this is insane. Oh, hello! Hello! Good morning, good evening, everything in between. Hello! Hi! We're currently having, a time right now because we're in shock. This is incredible. Addy cooked. Like, hello, Studio you want to check out. It is so good to have you here. How are you today? We're currently losing our minds. Oh my god. Y'all and your timing. Oh my god. Quinn. They have the smallest of smiles on their face as they greet the playful machine. At first, the sight of them jolts me to a stop. This is real. This is actually happening. Somehow, I manage to find my own thrusters and put on a burst of speed. As I careen towards them, I call out.
Quinn!
They glance up as I stumble, barely keeping balance by flailing my arms. I skid to a halt right in front of them, hands on my knees.
You're really here.
That wasn't what I wanted to say, but any thoughts of a coherent sentence went out the door the moment I actually opened my mouth. In a way, it's almost like Quinn never left. All the familiar feelings of warmth, friendship, and familiarity fill my chest. Quinn just stands there, staring at me like they'd been expecting me to show up. They don't seem fazed at all. Then I notice the way their hand is twitching, like they were hit by the same invisible force field I was when I saw them.
Summer.
Oh, they're phased.
Hi, Summer. You're here too?
Who is the VA? I need to know right now, actually. Wait. No, actually. You know, I know I said another character, but like maybe you guys were right. But also, the background is insane and I'm losing my mind. This is insane. The background artists have been phenomenal. Also, Addy art just drives me insane. I'm going insane. Like, I can't. This is just incredible, actually. Like, this is cooking. Like, they're cooking here, actually. Their hair, shaggy as always, is cut way shorter now. It looks like they never hit their growth spurt either, despite telling all of us so many times they'd hit it someday. The sweater they're wearing is new, at least to me, but it's the same classic Quinn style, oversized to the point where it makes them look shapeless. And the way they're standing, that awkward stance that somehow shows that they don't know if they should stay or leave.
Yeah, I ran into curiosity, and it told me about you. Where have you...
In just a few seconds of staring at each other, my heart feels a million things. A part of me wants to ask why they never called or wrote or anything. It's been 5 years of silence. But a bigger part of me doesn't care. All those feelings that should mix together into something confusing actually result in something simple. Finally straightening to face them at eye level, I just smile. The same way I would when they'd walk through the classroom door, or we'd meet up on weekends.
You're back. I missed you.
Oh, no, actually, that expression. Okay, no, I'm sold. No, you guys were right. You guys were so right. No, you were right. You were right. I understand. I get it now. I get it. I get it. I get it. Yep. I understand. I understand. Yep. I just fell in love right here, right now, actually. It's so over for me, actually. Finally, they smile too.
Yeah. I missed you too.
I glance around at us. I worry if I turn around, they'll disappear. Mari, get in line. Well, you see, the thing is, I currently have the demo. But, if you want to get in line, remember to subscribe to their Patreon to get access to the demo. Wait, that was actually really good. I'm sticking with that one. Actually, I shield so well there, guys. Are you proud of me? Tucks hair behind ear. Oh, I'm getting better at this. I glance around us. I worry if I turn around, they'll disappear.
Are you staying?
Quinn avoids my eyes for a moment before shrugging.
We were just leaving. I just wanted to come by and see the school, but it's busy during the day.
Thank you for your thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, we're using the school as a place for people to watch the cosmic concurrence next week. That's this big thing that's happening.
Quinn nods.
Yeah, that's why I'm on Florel.
We will be going to another planet after its conclusion.
I look at the robot by Quinn's side. Its eyes show pure delight. I can tell from both their body language that the two of them are important to each other. Leave it to Quinn to have picked up an android for a best friend after they left us.
Oh, I see.
Oh, actually... oh, the height difference is high. Like, yeah. No, I'm seeing the vision. Yo, I'm seeing the vision. The two of us look at each other. I have to imagine the same thing is on both of our minds. Say the word, Summer. Just say it.
I'd really love it if we could catch up before you go. It doesn't have to be long. It can be wherever, whenever. I'm pretty much free all the time.
There's so much I could say, want to say, but how much is too much? To me, running into Quinn like this is a wish come true, a miracle, a second chance. I'm afraid for them to know how desperate I am. They swallow and turn away, and my heart skips a beat. Curiosity peers up at Quinn.
Sorry.
Their soft voice barely carries over their own shoulder. Curiosity peers up at Quinn, the robot's expression changing to match its name.
To be honest, this is difficult for me.
I bite my lip, clench my fist, hold my breath. Anything to stop the shaking.
I thought about coming to see you, but...
Silence. What? But what? I try to read the silence that follows their words, but they decided they didn't want to. Or was it something more like me? Maybe they just didn't know how to. I think about what it is that I want. What I really want to happen right now. How I want things to be again. I briskly walk over, getting more into Quinn's personal space than most people are allowed to. Reaching towards them, I see their already wide eyes get wider. Taking the strings of their hoodie in one hand, I give them a good yank, just like I used to whenever Quinn was being emo. They flinch, either out of habit or a genuine surprise.
Well, I came and saw you first instead.
It seems to throw them back on track. Blushing, they still manage to laugh. Oh, wait. Guys, I'm twirling my hair right now, actually. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm glad you did.
I'm so relieved that I guessed right.
I'm busy tonight, but I'm not tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Alright. Tomorrow then.
Okay. See you then.
Promise?
Okay, promises are very important, so they better keep this. I offer out my pinky finger. They consider for a moment before wrapping their own finger around mine.
Promise.
Whoa, I've witnessed a new ritual. Today has been one of the most exciting days of my life.
Curiosity, I have had you for a whole 10 minutes, and if anything happens to you, I will dispose of every single human being on this planet and then myself.
Well, that's what happens when Summer's around.
They're looking down at Curiosity with a smile. They're close enough for me to pull them into a surprise hug. as that one sentence makes me feel better than anything in the past year. Although I can feel them stiffen at first, it only takes a second before Quinn relaxes and hugs me back. For just a moment, I feel like nothing has changed, like we're 16 again and saying goodbye after school.
See you soon.
My voice is barely a whisper.
Yeah. Take care.
I slowly untangle myself from Quinn and step away. I'm sure that in the bright lights from the school, the tears in my eyes are obvious. That's okay though. I want them to see how much this means to me. Curiosity takes Quinn's hand and then waves to me with the other one.
Goodbye. It was nice to encounter you a second time. I'm looking forward to our third.
Me too. And the next one, and the one after that.
That would be the fifth one.
Look at their eyes. Look at the way that they're just Can I just say something? I'm sorry. I'm gonna derail for a second. I'm sorry. You're getting a Mari ramble right now. Can I just say something? So far, every single character design has been fucking incredible. Like, not a single design has missed. And I love that, because I am losing my mind right now. Even curiosity, like holding curiosity, like, oh, just a little one, just a little baby. Every single design has had me like twirling my hair. Like, that's incredible. Like, you really are just hitting us with this amazing background art. The actual like characters themselves are so stunning. I want to see the concept art. I want to see what was cooking for these characters, because like, my god, and we haven't even seen everyone yet, and I'm sitting here going, oh my god, I'm going insane actually, because like, I keep looking at them and I'm like, this is insane. Like, I love every little aspect of that design. I love that their jacket really complements and brings, like, their color palette is so pleasing to just stare at. And then we have RBG over here. I'm losing my mind over that. At first we were thinking about having them be in high school. Oh my god, really? Original concept art is totally different. I need to see this. I need to see the original. I want to see how they developed, because like, every single character's designs have been so clean. Like, they all are so well done. They're all visually so stunning to look at. Addie's art's incredible as always. Like, there's just something about how the characters have been designed that is so pleasing to look at, so telling of their character, and like, my god. Like, my god, you know? Like, that's insane, because there's, like I was saying last week, it is very common to get into like something and you can see where something begins to drop. Like, in most things, there's always something that kind of falls behind a little bit, but it's often picked up by how great everything else is around it. But already, and this is just the demo. Like, this is the demo. And not one single thing has missed. Everything has been so clean and so polished and so perfect. Curio's the only one whose design hasn't changed. They were an OC Addie designed. That's so based, actually. Each of us came up with one of the love interests. I love that. Wait. So each of the writers came up with one. Huh. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm curious about that too, Possum, actually. He's like... Huh. Theo Quinn? That makes sense. Nope, that makes sense. You said Theo Quinn. Yep, nope, that makes sense. Yep. Actually, yeah. Okay. Huh. No, that's actually incredible. You got to keep owning the route. That's so cool, actually. So they, like, these characters really are, like, y'all's babies in that case. Huh. I am... Oh my god. This is incredible, actually. Huh. Thank you so much for joining us today. Stay safe, make good choices. It's our first in-house game. Oh, really? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna keep looking, but due to life circumstances, they're only writing now. Okay. I just saw the blink. Wait, they've been blinking the entire time. My god. Okay, no, I'm being normal. I don't think Cinder's working today. Or I can't hear her, at least. Because OBS broke for me. Did she come through? Or is she being fussy? No? Okay, wait. Let me see if I can push her through again. Let me try again. We can make her speak. I will make her speak. Cinderquill. Wait. This is so important, actually. Watch this, ready?
Although we love your babies, they're also precious.
Haha! Fixed her. We're good. She's being fussy. She will not be fussy today. But no, real, actually, we love the baby. We love your babies. There's one character in particular that I am most excited to see, though. Like, there is one character, and I was telling everyone at the start that I think they're gonna be the one that I'm mostly attached to. Like, I look at them and I'm like, oh yeah, it's you. So I'm very excited. I'm very curious as well now, actually. Let me double check something. Oh, which character? So the character is Hannah, because green. And I was losing my mind. Yeah, it was Hannah. Like, I was losing my mind over the art that I saw, and I was like, oh my god. So, like, they're the character that I'm waiting for the most. Like, Hannah looks stunning. My girl, that's insane. Thank you. Thank you for creating your, like, thank you. Because, my god, I have been staring at the character design, and I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely thank you for your service with... Are we gonna have an Abigail Stardew Valley moment? Oh god, please.
Yeah, that one too.
With a gentle tug, Quinn leads Curiosity back towards the edge of campus and wherever it is they're staying. I stay at the top of the hill, waving until they're out of sight. For all I know, this could turn out to be the last time I ever see Quinn. I want the moment to last as long as possible. Wiping my eyes, I turn around and head to the front of the school, unlocking the door and slipping inside. What is that noise? Oh, it's one of the kids. Okay. Sorry, one of the dogs was like tapping the window. My coat is right where I left it, of course, and I retrieve it and head back out within a minute. It's not too cold, so I wrap my coat around my waist instead of wearing it.
Thanks for staying behind here. You really helped me out.
We'll leave out the fact that I'm the one who forgot it in the first place. Not that my jacket chose to stay. Still, if it weren't for that, I'd be lying on either my couch or my bed wishing that a night like this would happen. It's the start of something. I don't know what, but I'm determined to not let this opportunity fizzle out after tonight, or after the next time we meet. By all rights, I should be exhausted, and in a way I am. But also, I don't remember ever feeling more hyped up and energized than I do right now. I start to run, taking the steeper path down from the school. It's hard to explain the feeling of monumentum. It's sort of like I could go forever, and stopping is unthinkable. I'm filled with a desperate urge, no, a need, to do something. To not let this energy and excitement end. Down the grassy slopes and grey sidewalks, I run until I reach the park. Okay, again? Like, are you kidding me? I agree. Like, are you kidding me? There's just detail in every single part of this background. It feels like something, yeah, like literally, it looks like you could just keep staring at this and find more and more things every time. I guess it's a point since you're real. Yeah, actually, yeah. Like, but it's just so insane at how clean it is as well. Like, the background artist is just phenomenal. Like, even far back here, like, look at that. Oh my god. I also love this because this is relatable. Because where I live, I can see my capital, and it looks so similar to that, actually. Which is kind of crazy. Like, there's some buildings there, and I'm like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And, like, the sky is stunning. Like, every part of this piece is just insane. I could only imagine how long it took to just for each background. Like, this must have taken so long to do. Because, like, even here, like, the detailing and just even the foreground is insane. Oh my god. Okay, I definitely think the background art is one of, like, I love everything, but the background art has been just so consistently insane this entire time. There, just as I arrive, I feel the first few tremors of a familiar shaking. The music consists of a distant strumming. There's a sound like swirling wind, accompanied by a voice singing along. I come to a stop, looking up at the stars where the sound is coming from. Even though there's nothing to see, the celestial noise captivates me like it hasn't since the first time I heard it. Whoever they are, I don't think they're singing words, just sounds. And yet, I can hear what they're feeling. The joy in their voice is clear, even across the boundaries of our universes. Closing my eyes, I take a second to just let myself experience. Instead of getting annoyed at how it doesn't go anywhere, I try to listen and enjoy the music for a short time that it'll be there. Whatever it is that's making them sing like that, it'd be nice to feel that way too. Of course, just a few seconds later, it all comes to an end. The near silence of the night crawls back in, and stillness comes over me. I let it shape that excitement I was feeling into action. Waiting for Mari to right-click? What do you mean? Oh my god. Angel. Oh my god. Oh, I should save. Real. I got. Slowly, I pull out my phone, taking a seat on one of the swings. I open my inbox, glancing through the names at the top. My parents, my supervisor, Olitha, other volunteers. I have to scroll and scroll until I finally find the names I'm looking for. Hannah, Izzy. Always the four of us. Running into Quinn like I did already seems too good to be true, so the idea of reaching out to the others as well, that just feels like pushing my luck. But hey, maybe it's time I push myself again. Mustering my confidence, I tap onto Hannah's name and open our long-dead conversation history. I force myself to not look at whatever our last few messages said. I don't want to know or remember right now. Instead, I focus on writing something new. Okay, I am gonna have a little giggle because summer June 20th is so funny to me. And I know it's because I'm on the opposite for like weather and all that, but summer being June the 20th, it's so funny to me. Yeah. Hey Hannah, it's Summer. I pause. Should I add my last name? No, she'll know. I know this is out of nowhere, but I was hoping maybe I could see you if you're on Floral sometime soon. Part of me is tempted to just spill my guts out, telling her all about how I've regretted the way we drifted out of touch. But I know better than to do that. It's easy to overwhelm Hannah, especially when she's not expecting something, so I just keep my message brief. I miss you. So perfect. Like, everything is so perfect. Is it too much to say that? Maybe. Maybe not. I won't let it stop me. Before I can lose my nerve, I send the message. Then I copy it over and send something similar to Izzy. And I feel like throwing my phone as far away from myself as possible to avoid staring at it constantly for the next however long until they respond. Instead, I make the much more rational decision of returning my phone to my pocket and resuming my journey home. Several times I check it, certain that I felt the buzz of a response, but each time it's just my imagination. It is kind of late, and I'm sure it'll be a shock to both of them whenever they do see it. So as much as I can, I try to be patient.
Okay, Summer. You can do this.
Yeah, RGB, I believe in you. I went 4 years without speaking to them. I'm sure I can handle another few hours of it.
I'm home.
Mom. Actually, let's go. Never mind. I'm back. I'm back. We're so back. I'm so back, actually. Mari, you can't just hit us with the RGB. I'm sorry. That is Summer's name now in my heart. Summer is RGB. I love Summer so much. I'm losing my mind. The moms. See, this is what I mean by peak character design. Right here. This is peak character design. I'm losing my mind. Every second they are on screen, I'm losing my... They have... Look! Wait! Wait! Wait, one? Oh, I'm going insane, actually. That's so cute. Oh my god.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Not you, Mari. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Not you, Mari.
Oh my god. Hydrate, yeah, I'll take that. What are the flowers in her hair? Thank you for the hydrate, and I'll do a stretch. Oh, ow, actually. Like, I want to know what flowers they are. I'm gonna... Someone screenshot this so that I can come back to this later. Because I'm gonna... Wait, why am I asking you guys? I have the screenshot button. Don't mind me. Because they look familiar. I'm gonna figure out what they are. The Neki coming in clutch, let's go. They look familiar. I want to know if there's meaning. I feel like there's meaning. And I'm gonna figure it out. God, the designs are insane. Oh my god, wait, her hair is so long actually. I just realized how long it is. Baby's breath? Ooh. Ooh, wait, yeah, actually. Let me check. I'm curious now. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted again. This is what you get with a Mari stream. I'm sorry. We all know this by now. You give me flowers and yeah, no, like that actually does look like it. It could be actually. Which, like, if it is, the flower often represents sincerity, purity, and love. And I kind of love that, actually. Because you can tell there is so much love in this family. And if that is the flower, that is incredible. Like, that is such incredible, like, detail that is so subtle. But when you look at it, is insane. I swear, it's the character designs. It's the character designs, guys. Like, it is every time. It is the character designs that have me so losing my mind with everything they do. Because, like, there is just not a single thing where there is not just, like, look. Like, even from the start, like, this. Like, there's so much, the star, the clover, like, there is so many small details that when you put them together create such a coherent piece, and that is insane to me. Like, when designs are so clean and cohesive that you can look at something like this and go, oh, I think it's this actual IRL flower that has such a meaning like that. Whoosh, you know, like, oh my god, going insane. The character design isn't just it, they also incorporate, yeah, like, it's just so wild to me how everything is just so perfectly put together. Like, my god. I do also really love the fact that she's got one of each eye color. Like, that's so, like, I say silly, but like silly positive in the way that I'm like, oh, I love that actually so much. Like, as soon as we saw the first mom, I was like, oh yeah, you got your other parent's eye. Like, that's so real. And I love that they have matching necklaces. Like, look at that. I'm actually so in love with these, like, character designs. I'm sorry. I'm going insane. Mari's gonna pop up on this. I'm about to write an essay. I'm so sorry to whoever has to read my survey response. I'm just gonna be sitting there tapping. Healthy Yuri. They're flourishing. They're living their best lives. I love the little color detail as well in here. I'm sorry. Look at that. I was gonna say the same for you, but then I remembered you're a yellow eye. Yeah, no, literally, I don't get the funny. I don't get the funny jokes. I get the, oh yeah, no, my eye's not the natural. Keep checking the survey response sheet for free dopamine. You're so real for that, actually. I'm so excited to put in, like, everything because I have so much to say. I'm so sorry in advance. You're getting the Mari rambles, but, like, it's gonna be so much more unhinged. Because, like, I look at this, like, every single part of this, and I'm just like, duh! You know what I mean? AO3 fix when? Yeah, when? Who's doing it? God. That's crazy. I can't believe you get to have two moms. That's amazing. Yeah, when Mari, when you're writing one, I don't write. I read, remember? I'm a reader. Your buddy? Oh my god, Neki, I believe in you. Get your buddy to commit. Anyway. I kick off my shoes, leaving them near the growing pile of hiking boots, and follow the scent of butter cookies towards the living room.
Mommies? Sorry. 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 Still not talking about you, Mari. I'm here for Naomi and Delilah in that order.
Oh, that's their names? That's great. It's pulling my hair.
Hey, Sunshine. We were wondering what happened to you.
Summer, come eat these before we finish them all ourselves. Ma came close.
Oh my god.
You've got Mom to thank. I was ready to make you wait for the next batch.
I've had all kinds of good luck tonight.
Leaning in, I steal a cookie from Ma's plate. For the first time, I realize my cheeks are sore from smiling. No mood, I have been smiling this entire stream. My cheeks are killing me. You're so real for that.
I have good news.
I take a big bite while I grin at them, letting crumbs fall from my face.
Oh, do share.
Yes, Mom?
Don't keep us in suspense over here.
Not sure I want to tell someone who is ready to let me go without cookies like that.
Ugh, Summer.
Mom leans forward, right over Ma's lap, and lowers her voice.
I'll keep it a secret.
I look over at Ma, who's maintaining a steady expression, looking at her fingernails and pretending not to care. Just then, the timer starts to ring from the kitchen. Ma looks from there, where the next batch is ready to be taken out, and back to Mom and me. I can see the pained look in her eyes.
I take bribes.
Yeah, RGB, your girl bossing.
I'll let you release the ladybugs tomorrow morning.
Release the ladybugs.
Deal! I was gonna tell both of you anyway. What a dirty trick! Who raised you?
Mom throws her hands up and leans back into her chair, smiling in her mock indignance. Ma shakes her head as she goes and slides the tray out of the oven, bringing each of us a hot, fresh cookie on her way back. Keeping things a secret together is fun to bribe Ma with sometimes, but... well, I really want to tell both of them. I open my mouth to talk, and then my mind goes blank. Completely. The air conditioner gets quieter as both Mom and Ma look at me expectantly, like even it's waiting to hear what I have to say. I'm aware of how my hair sticks to my neck and shoulders with sweat, and how my hands shake a little from the exertion. Just from the exertion, I clench them into fists and try again, but...
Summer, are you alright?
Mom places a hand on my knee. I shake my head, nodding, and I feel a hot tear roll down my cheek from the movement.
Oh, no. Oh, why? Why am I crying? I'm happy. I promise. It's good news.
I'll go get you a water.
Thanks, Ma! Mom stays behind and rubs my back. Within only a moment, I feel the water bottle pressed into my hands. I flip open the top and sip, focusing on the taste of mint and cucumber. Deep breath.
Better?
Yeah. Better.
One more sip, just for good measure. I hold it tightly on my lap and look down towards it, trying to find the words again.
I saw Quinn. They were at the high school.
That opens the floodgates. The ones I was looking for. Not more out of nowhere crying. It's not a long story, but I find myself caught up in the details. Leaving my jacket behind, the little robot, the odd way it spoke and floated about unlike any robot I've really ever seen. Seeing Quinn. Worrying the whole time about what I was saying, if they were happy to see me, the relief of that hug we shared, the promise of seeing each other again tomorrow.
I don't know what we're gonna even do together. I don't even know if I should plan anything or just show up.
And stretch. Oh my god. Thank you for the stretch redeem. Mom lets out a slow sigh, her brows knitting together the same way they do when a plant is struggling in the greenhouse, or a recipe turns out wrong. It doesn't happen often.
Well, it's not that serious.
Huh? Mom's face relaxes and she meets my gaze with a soft smile. Behind her, Ma grimaces.
I think she's trying to say that Quinn is your friend, right? Don't overthink it.
Girl?
Exactly. You are happy to see each other. It'll all work out.
Mom tends to simplify her thoughts as much as possible, often leading to situations like these. Mom's relentless optimism and simplicity balances out well with Ma's groundedness and, well, overthinking. Ma really underestimates how much I get from her. I heard a woof. Yeah, that was... So because of the heat, I have a window open, and you got the tiniest little woof from the border collie.
You're thinking too big about what to do and what to say. Just start small. Like, how do you feel about it? One word.
Ooh. Ooh. Nervous, excited, sort of nervous, and maybe a little excited, but not, like, too much. It's just Mari, help! I am... excited. I try to take in everything. Of course I'm nervous, but I ran all the way here. My heart feels full to bursting with hope that it's all going to turn out okay. I feel a small smile crossing my face again at that. The anxiety and unease that overwhelmed me a moment ago melts as I focus on that feeling.
Excited. Like, this could be the start of something, you know? I know things won't be perfect. I just really want to do my best, though.
That's good to hear, Summer. To be honest, you scared me a bit earlier. I'm glad your nerves are coming from a good place. Well, not good entirely, but just,
She is so pretty. I keep staring at her and I'm just like, wow, actually insane. Hi, Choo Choo. How are you today? Choo, we have moms. Do you like our moms? I'm going insane over our moms.
I think she understands, sweetie.
I do. Thanks, Mom.
I'm sure whatever you two end up doing won't matter once you start talking. There's a lot to catch up on, right?
Sure is. They've been out seeing the galaxy with a robot. I'm sure there's something there to talk about.
that's my girl.
Our conversation drifts into other slightly related topics. About Hannah must be finishing up her semester now, and how exciting that must be. About how Izzy's family recently helped fix a major outage after the storms, and how we should prepare a gift basket for them sometime. It's a little embarrassing, but by the end of the night, I find myself thinking about how much I love my parents. Something as simple as taking a minute to think this is really exciting easily gets lost in my worries and anxieties. They've always been good at grounding me. Tomorrow, I'm going to see Quinn. I'm going to put my best foot forward and then my next foot forward, over and over again. I take that spark of excitement and hold it close until I eventually drift off to sleep. I can't make tomorrow go well, but I can hope for the best. After a night of sleep, I'll be ready. I have to be. I promised that I would follow this new beginning. I owe it to myself to do just that. Oh yeah, like hell yeah, let's go. Wait. When did you convince a friend to download Genshin? Because yeah, they gotta hit level 16 first. Are they gonna get there in time? Hello, window sounds. The Cinder ripping cardboard in the background. Thank you for joining, Umber. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe, make good choices. Found a free code on a Genshin sponsored video that gives you adventure rank 5. That's crazy. You can just get that sped up now? That's insane. Hey, San. San, what are you doing? San? Possum says, oh, big meow. Possum says that they love you. San? You gotta meow. The rich, earthly smell of soil permeates the entire greenhouse. The humidity sticks to my skin like a familiar summer afternoon, despite it still being dark outside. For the first time in a long, long time, I woke up before my alarm. Not early enough to beat my moms, who are both inside and awake. They've always been early risers. Just assumed that was Doug doing window things. Nah, Cinder is doing her cardboard destroying. I have like a old box from the AC that she likes to lay in because it's like a little cave for her. But sometimes she likes to chew on like the flaps. And she picks the worst moments for it. The persistent buzz of anticipation for
I'm
the
stimming via ripping up cardboard. I love my moms, not you, Mari.
Real. No, that is actually her. The persistent buzz of anticipation for the coming day kept me from sleeping in. There's so many questions I want to ask Quinn when I see them, and so many more I wonder if I even should. Plus, there's the lingering nerves that came from messaging the other two. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes this morning was check for a response, but there wasn't any, not from either of them. At least the ladybugs are waiting for me. They've got a date with the cucumber plants, and it's up to me to play matchmaker.
Good luck today, ladies. Knock 'em dead.
I'm so confused right now. Early morning right after the garden is watered is the ideal time for letting ladybugs out. They're more likely to stick around instead of flying away and leaving you behind. I spread open the mesh net that they're carried in, trying to coax them out onto the leaves.
Come on. I know it's scary, but you gotta get out there.
It's not like I'm really asking the girls to deal with something as scary as romance. I'm just taking them out to dinner. Our exceptionally rainy season has led to a lot of pests, so the ladybugs will help deal with them. I shake the bag and a handful of them tumble out, quickly righting themselves as they land. I reach in, letting a few crawl onto my arm, then I lean in closer, parking them right beside their destination.
Look, VIP service.
They slowly start to make their way over onto the plants. Some instantly take wing, flying off to other parts of the garden. As long as they stay in the area, it's good enough for me.
Alright, now for the next group.
I make my way slowly around the area, repeating what I just did over and over. The sun starts to rise and I take my time, grounding myself within the moment. The cold stone floor under my bare feet, the tickling of ladybugs crawling up my arm. The pause helps me feel like I can face the day. After I finish releasing all the bugs, I wander around the greenhouse like a moth, moving from lamp to lamp. While I'm pacing, the door slides open and Ma pokes her head in.
Some.
Soon. Why?
There's pancakes and a surprise.
And a surprise?
What's the surprise?
It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. Now, get your butt down there.
Yeah, RGB, let's go. Ma shuts the door again, leaving me on my own. The line didn't, come through. What do you mean we're gonna skip over the line? It didn't sound. I don't even know what the surprise could be. This must be Ma's way of getting back at me for threatening to keep a secret from her before. You could have read it to us? Oh yeah, I guess. I head inside and wash my hands thoroughly. I already took a cold shower this morning, so I'm ready to go. I follow the scent of warm syrup down the stairs towards the kitchen.
Such an appetite.
Mom!
You're gonna choke if you don't slow down a little. No one's gonna steal them, you know.
But they're super tasty! Plus the chef is super pretty too.
No, real!
Ah, brother. What does that have to do with anything?
I freeze, dead in my tracks, certain that I didn't actually just hear the voice I thought I heard.
Still quite the charmer, huh? Well, it's a good thing the chef prepared extra today. Help yourself. Hell yeah! Thanks!
For the love of... Drink your milk, Lancaster.
I heard even that, I'm sorry.
Lancaster?
I whisper the name back to myself. It comes out in hushed disbelief. So then, I was... Not to be a dum-dum, but where can I get this amazing VN? I can't... Oh my god, okay. So, if you are interested, currently it is a demo available to people who subscribe to their Patreon. So if you would like to give this VN a try, I do recommend subscribing to their Patreon to get early access. Currently it is only available for people on there, and they have sent it out to a couple of streamers such as myself. It is currently a demo. Marielle Chirilio's really going off today, guys! Bye, Choo-Choo! Have a good rest of your day! No, but for real, get it. I'm going insane. Let's go, good job. Yeah! I'm getting better. Trust me, guys. I'm gonna become the best at shilling for Studio Elon. I fly around the corner and catch her right as she's about to cram an entire pancake into her mouth. I love her, actually. I'm going insane. Going insane. Look at that. Wait. She's just like me for real, guys. Guys. She's just like me for real. Look. We're matching. Wait. Look. Oh my god, it's so over, actually. I like her colors. I like the purple. We're just the same. With the starry eyes. Yeah. We're both feeling our best lives right now, actually. Oh my god, I'm going insane. Oh my god. Why is it not changing? Okay. The pancake dangles off the head of her fork, and the determined look in her eyes fade. Her face goes totally blank. For long, excruciating seconds, we stare at each other, neither knowing what to do, how to react. All the work Eddie put into this. Yeah, no, real, actually. Oh gosh, it's awkward. It's already awkward. I just burst in here like a maniac, screaming her name. If there were an official list of things you shouldn't do after not seeing someone for years, I am certain this would be at the top of it.
Hi, Summer?
Oh wait, that fit though. Wait, the fit though. Okay, I'm seeing. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh no. Okay. I'm hearing this. Oh my god. Leaping to her feet, her tall legs knock her chair on the floor. By the time I realize what's happening, she's already charging straight for me, arms spread wide. The arrow one? No way! Oh, I'm so excited, actually. Oh my god. I brace myself for a tackle and a hug, but Izzy goes one step beyond and scoops me off my feet, twirling me around and around. Oh, I'm so excited for that. Oh, okay, okay. She's not gonna be my first, oh my god. I'm gonna be playing all of them, aren't I? I'm gonna be playing all of them when it happens. I'm gonna accept that now. That's it. Yeah. This game's, yeah, taking over all our lives. It's happening. Oh my god. I dig my nails into her denim jacket and hold on as tight as I can. Emotions rise and fall faster than I can process them. Everything comes out as one loud squeal. We bump into cupboards, we flail against counters, and even though I almost send the bowl of pancake batter flying, I see my mom smiling. Izzy finally sets me down, holding my shoulders firmly in place so I can find my balance. Even when I do, I still feel dizzy. My head is swimming with so many questions.
I can't. What? When? Why? How? I got your text, man. Figured I'd hop over and answer in person. Revive the old tradition of bugging you at the crack of dawn.
And I was just thinking maybe Mimi and I could have a nice, quiet morning together.
Mimi! Breakfast with Izzy before school went uncommon. In fact, it was weirder if she wasn't here. If she didn't sleep over the night before, then she was almost always here in time to wake me up.
You're not bugging me. You've never bugged me.
Her smile slips, and so does her grip on me. But right when I start to worry really hard that I said something weird, she pulls me in tighter and smirks.
Good.
I rest my forehead on her shoulder. It's toned and hard. The texture of her jacket brushes against my skin, and the cinnamon tinge of her cologne is so strong it burns the hairs in my nose. But that's all Izzy. Decisively Izzy. It all melds together to signal that she's here, and that's what matters. Mom gives an exaggerated stretch and a yawn. Yes, they are, Neki.
Well, I think a nice walk would make it a perfect morning.
It's so over for Neki, actually. Like, looking at this character, like, everything about this character design, Neki, it's so over for you. She prods Ma with an elbow.
You're right. Let me just put my shoes on and we can head out.
Wow. Real subtle.
Whatever could you mean?
I just laugh. I do appreciate my parents giving us some alone time to catch up. Ma waves from the other room, linking arms with Mom. With her free hand, she wags a finger at Izzy.
Lancaster?
Sup?
Don't break anything.
Yes, Ma.
You've got my word, Mrs. N. I won't break anything I can't fix.
Ma grimaces, but she shrugs.
At least I know you're good for it.
It was nice seeing you again, sweetie. Let your parents know we said thank you for all their hard work getting the power back on during that nasty storm.
Count on it.
Oh, and expect a gift basket soon.
All right. Let's get out of their hair now.
Mom sprinkles us a wave as they disappear around the corner. The door shuts, and the wind chimes on the porch sing their gentle song. Alone in the quiet of the kitchen, I just look at her, taking in all the details.
What? Something on my face? Actually, yeah.
Across the bridge of her nose and cheeks are glittering specks of purple and blue, looking like something between confetti and freckles.
It's looking pretty colorful.
She rubs her nose.
Yeah, that's what happens with dark energy. Got him on my arms, too.
Ooh, okay. With a flex, her biceps bulge under her sleeve. She gestures a few times, so I give it a quick squeeze. Solid.
Still working the farm, huh? Of course I am. What else would I be getting up to? Trouble? Well, that just goes without saying.
My god. Hello, welcome. It is so over for you, Neki. It is so over for you. Besides me, Izzy was the only one of us to stick around and stay on Florel after graduation. We've bumped into each other occasionally in town, but never with more than a word or two of greeting. It's been a while since the last time, though.
To be honest, I figured you joined the Peace Rangers by now.
Izzy winces at my words. She deflates like a balloon, losing all its hot air.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, life.
Breaking out of my hug with a shrug, she leans against the counter, staring up at the ceiling fan as it spins in circles.
I think I've mostly given up on that at this point.
Oh?
What?
It ain't that weird, is it?
Kinda. Yeah, you've always talked about joining, as soon as you had the chance.
Even the last time we really talked, that was her goal, her dream, as far back as middle school when she and I first met. There was an ongoing tectonic crisis happening on some far-off planet, and the Peace Rangers were in charge of rescue and restoration. We talked about it some in class, but Izzy was obsessed, reading extra videos and articles on her own time. It was the only occasion that I can remember her really being excited in school. When the crisis was finally declared over, I remember watching the announcement with Izzy. Just watch some. One of these days, I'm gonna be out there doing that. So hearing that she's just given up makes me fear for the worst.
What happened? Oh, my stars. Did something happen to one of your parents? Izzy, I swear if one of your parents died and you didn't tell me, I'm going to cry right here, right now.
Whoa, nothing happened. All 7 of them are doing great. Mama's even got another one on the way.
Let's fucking go? Let's fucking go?
Another one?
Yeah, there's like 20 of us now. It's getting real stupid.
Oh, wow.
I back away towards the table and sit down, finally starting on my own breakfast. The syrup has gotten cold again, but I don't mind that. I like it better that way.
That's so many.
I mean, she had a lot of brothers and sisters when I was around, but not 20.
Believe me, I know. This'll probably be the last one, though.
Is that what's kept you around then? Taking care of everyone and helping out on the farm?
Kinda. It's more like I don't have to think about anything. Do my work during the day, get wasted afterwards, then wake up and do it all again. It's easier this way.
Maybe.
I can't believe it.
Right? We go through a crap ton of food. Every meal is like a buffet.
Having watched her just eat half her body weight in pancakes, I know how hard it can be to feed just one Lancaster.
Well, that too, but not what I meant. I mean you.
Everyone's gotta grow up at some point, right?
I just frown in response. I don't want to seem like I'm judging her or anything. It's just that so much as hearing the words "I've given up" goes against everything I know about Izzy. So I'm doing something very important for Neki right now. They have a couple of seconds to get it. Like a couple of seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think that's enough time that they should have gotten that screenshot of them like that. So like, we're just gonna continue from there. In some ways, being stuck here where we grew up, I can relate. But at least she had something else to fall back on with her family's DE farm. As one of the few dark energy providers in our solar region, they've always got a lot of orders to fill, but I'm sure she's keeping busy at least. What was that slip up of words? What was that? Just like me, always busy without doing much. With a shake of her head, Izzy gets back on track.
Enough about my boring life. What's going on with your boring life?
I giggle. It's like she read my mind. I quickly cram the rest of my meal into my mouth, then add my plate to the already impressive stack.
Help me with the dishes while I tell you?
She shoves one more pancake into her mouth, then rolls up her sleeves.
I scrub, you load.
I ramble on for a while about the past few days and my recent work for Cece. At the same time, we work together to deal with the dishes, which also includes last night's cookie-making bowls. Like always, the two of us make a pretty efficient team. At least, at first. Izzy starts to go faster and faster, the slippery ceramic coming dangerously close to falling out of her hands more than once.
Hey, maybe don't.
Shards of ceramic whiz past my face as Izzy is left just holding a soapy sponge.
You need to stop scrubbing so hard. But the gunk, it doesn't want to come off.
She bends down and picks up some of the larger pieces of broken plate.
You know what? I'm just gonna take these home, glue them back together.
That's really not.
No, I promised her. I've got a moral obligation to make good on it now.
Oh my god. She's changed in some ways, but Izzy has still managed to hold on to her convictions.
Okay, well, we can deal with that later. For now, how about you do the loading instead?
She glances at me, then the dishwasher.
No! I gotta prove I can do this now too!
Oh my god. And her stubbornness. I grab her shoulders, then gently rotate us until our spots have been reversed.
Oh, man. Thank you.
It doesn't take long to get back into the swing of it. Soon enough, my shriveled hands are passing along a freshly rinsed plate every couple of minutes. Izzy stacks them on top of each other in the dishwasher, creating one big pile instead of rows. At least, she's trying. I gently correct the mistake, trying to make it obvious what I'm doing.
So, you haven't heard back from Hanners yet, huh?
Nope. I'm trying not to think about it too much. I hope she just hasn't seen it or something. Not that she's ignoring me.
It's Hanners. She'd never shirk off a message from you.
How can you be so sure?
She snorts as I hand her the next plate.
Trust me, I'm sure. If it makes you feel any better, she always answers my texts.
You two still text? More than just birthday messages?
Even I've gotten a few of those at least.
Sure. Every once in a while.
What does she say?
Izzy, go to bed. You're drunk.
Oh, I already love her. We haven't met her yet. I love her. I'm not sure if that counts or not, but either way, why does she drunk text Hannah and not me? I want drunk texts from my friends.
My point is, don't worry too much about it. She probably just doesn't have any service right now or something. But if I know Hanners, she'll get back to you ASAP.
I hope so.
Now, Gwen is a whole other thing. The fact that you even managed to bump into them at all is wild.
Izzy grabs the next plate before I even let go of it, then locks eyes with me. She holds one side and I hold the other.
You don't think they would have gone off-world again without saying hi to us, do you?
It's a fair question, but not one I would have expected. Or maybe just one I didn't want to think about.
They promised not to, but I am a little worried.
Did just kind of ghost.
Yeah.
If there were ever a good time to do it, I guess it would have been after what happened.
Yeah.
I finally let go of the plate. Izzy's hand folds to her side as she gazes out the window.
I never stopped.
Huh? Stopped what?
Hoping, I mean. I always believed I'd see them again, you know? Even if it was when we were old and wrinkly. Sometimes I'd even daydream about it. All of you guys, really.
She tries to play it off with a chuckle, but her tense shoulders and sharp breaths give way to how difficult talking about this is for her. Izzy has never had a filter. The delay between the words in her head and the words coming out of her mouth has been non-existent as far back as I can remember.
All those years of the four of us being so tight and always being together. Then it just stopped. Isn't that crazy?
I nod. I know exactly what she means, of course. Even after Hannah and Quinn left, Izzy and I still tried to hang out together a couple of times, but somehow it just didn't work. It was like Izzy couldn't look me in the eye anymore. I thought maybe I just needed to give her some space, a little while apart to help bandage over the lingering awkwardness. But without me really realizing it, a little while turned into a long time and life moved on.
I couldn't believe it either. Especially not when we were still so close by. I've just been here this whole time.
I know you are.
If we've both been feeling like this, then I wish we would have just said so sooner. All that time we could have spent differently.
I was going to. Tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Then tomorrow would come and I'd just freeze.
The dishes have long been abandoned. Sitting back down at the counter, I put my hand on her arm.
I get you. Me too. I kept thinking that I just didn't do enough. That maybe if I'd tried harder, things would have been different.
Yeah, man, that was the problem. You were the one who worked so freaking hard on Quinn's party. And when I went and messed things up, you were the one I let down.
The way she says it, the way her face falls, suddenly I understand something.
Izzy, you don't think what happened was your fault, right?
Come on, Sum. Don't act like you don't. I saw how pissed you were that day.
That wasn't... Of course I was upset. It wasn't anyone's fault. It was just us being dumb kids. Dumb kids who let this go on too long.
Yeah, well, I definitely didn't help things. And since then, it's like time has been standing still. Like I've been running in place. You ever feel that way?
We're having a serious talk, but it's hard not to crack a smile. Look at her. Getting so worked up over nearly the exact same thing as me. All these years and the exact same worries and anxieties were swimming around in her head too. Right across town.
Yeah, I do.
More than you know.
Well, I'm sick of it. I want to move on with my life. I want to do things.
She turns around, tears swelling up in her eyes, and through the frustration and hurt, she still manages to flash me a big grin.
And I guess what I really want is to just see my friends again.
Me too.
Pulling her into a tight hug, I try to squeeze out all the bad feelings. The two of us hang out for a while longer, until it's time for me to get ready to meet up with Quinn. In a lot of ways, the two of us have had similar arcs since we last saw each other. We both just fell into the easiest life path, sticking with what we'd been doing since we were young. I feel bad for thinking it, but it's kind of comforting to know that I'm not alone in that regard. As surprised as I was to find out she's still around, I can totally understand her reasons. Before Izzy leaves, we solemnly pledge to see each other again soon. Whether it's here, the Lancaster compound, or somewhere else entirely. I see her off with a wave, which she returns until she's out of sight. Heart feeling full, I turn around to shut the door behind me, only to find my parents waiting for me in the kitchen. They're crowding around the dining table like gossiping girls in the cafeteria.
So, how'd it go?
Oh, well, you know.
Don't make me break out the ladybugs again, girl.
Alright, it went really good. Turns out Izzy never left Floral either. She told me all about her parents and siblings. She's got another one on the way.
Another parent or another sibling?
Sibling this time. Izzy was talking about how crazy it is over there with so many of them around.
Stars, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. We had our hands full just with you.
They have more people to help watch over the little ones, though.
Still, it was busy enough the last few times I went there. Can't imagine what it's like now.
You'll just have to go see it for yourself.
Yeah, I might. She would have stayed longer, but I had to go get ready to see Quinn. Wait, I need to go get ready to see Quinn.
My one brain cell activating, I dart past my folks, rushing up the stairs. Everything has been happening so fast these past couple of days, I feel like I can barely keep up. Despite my messed up sleep, I'm not really tired, just a little overwhelmed. I wouldn't have it any other way though. Once I'm all set, I give both my moms a goodbye hug and kiss on the cheek, and then I'm out the door. Quinn and I agreed to meet here on the main street of Willowmere. While it's not exactly a meeting place like CC or the high school might be, it's familiar to both of us. Way back in middle school, Quinn and I would meet here to walk to school together. It's right in between my place and one of the apartment buildings Quinn's folks lived in at the time, before they got too old for the stairs and switched to a bungalow. I'm a bit early, a bit on purpose, and a bit because I was hoping to find something to inspire me. Standing in the shade of a nearby storefront, I flip through a collection of travel pamphlets they set out on a table. See the stars, explore the cosmos, your dream vacation awaits. The pages are decorated top to bottom with photos, testimonials, and information on each flight. Some are a weekend trip, the others last an entire month. There's even options for a mixership, letting all lonely singles aged 25 and over mingle among their heavenly bodies. It's not quite what I was looking for in terms of good conversation starters, but I guess it's better than my original idea of asking what movie their life is most like. Should I take a look? Our options: the Archipelago Star Vacation, Halfway Moon, finish looking over the pamphlets. I'm gonna go with the Star Vacation. The most colourful trip seems to be something called the Archipelago Star Vacation. The ship will take you off to a tiny cluster of planets to something called the Reef Galaxy. From there, it's a guided tour through a few orbiting planets. Each planet has a different gravity, sky colour, and native life. The big pull seems to be that you can explore freely as the life there is accustomed to people, so there's none of the typical dangers of wandering into unfamiliar land. You never saw this? Wait, did you not get this far? I thought you got maybe it's a different choice. That's crazy. You're telling me there's already like differences this early on? No fucking way. That's insane. Can't believe being a patron. Real. They even have a strong conservation effort program, so any donations to the organization in charge of these trips goes towards keeping the planet safe and thriving. After losing a moon to a meteor shower hundreds of years ago, it needs a lot of help just to manage all the different weather patterns. Something tells me Quinn isn't much of a tourist. They regularly skipped out on school field trips in high school, often saying they were a bit boring and rigid. I don't know if they'd have much to say about this. Still, I save the page regardless. While it's not exactly made from scratch, a ton of planetary engineers have written some anecdotes about the place, so maybe Hannah would find it interesting. Time to open the demo to see if the choice mattered. Oh my god, you know what would be crazy? If everyone joined their Patreon right now and downloaded the demo so that they could try it and tell us what the differences were. Like, how crazy would that be if they went to the Studio Elon Patreon and subscribed to it and then acquired the demo? Wouldn't that just be absolutely incredible, guys? Is that not what you would want? So you can see just how many differences and just how different your story would be to mine already this early into the VN. Wouldn't that be absolutely crazy to subscribe to their Patreon? I'm so good at this. I'm sorry. I'm so good at this. Should I take a look? Halfway Moon. I look over a trip to a place called Halfway Moon, a rock no bigger than the size of Pedal Streak where you can walk in one direction and end up right back where you were by the end of the day. Where the sun shines all day and every inch of it is developed land. Can I post links? You absolutely can. I feel like that's probably nothing like what Quinn does on the day-to-day, but maybe they've been somewhere like that. Definitely not as party rock as this place boasts being. Oh hey, it has underground bunkers to sleep in that are soundproof to the concerts and excitement above. That's pretty nice. And a fully decked out coffee bar. The theme for the next year is being voted on, between a classical rock concert and a more varied indie festival of the ages. Either sounds pretty good to me, and they have a website to watch the whole thing online too. I dog-eared that page to show Izzy later. Should I take a look? We'll finish looking over. I pull my backpack around to tuck the pamphlet into one of the pockets. Well, I don't know if I found anything useful, but maybe it'll give me something to work with. I glance at a clock hanging on the top of a building. They should be here by now.
You are early.
Curiosity.
The small robot is right up to my face, hovering with the low whir of whatever fans or engines keep it aloft. Its face changes to an emote of confusion. I'm gonna pin that. Got.
Or is it me who is late? A predicament.
No, you're not late. Where's Quinn?
Oh, they're on their way. They send their apologies.
I didn't even notice it. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't even notice the typo.
Oh.
Did they lose their nerve? I suppose they wouldn't send their robot if that were the case, but the idea that they might not show up isn't really a far-fetched one. Oh, a hydrate, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. Let me do a drink. And a stretch. Thank you. Curiosity offers no more response than that, instead opting to take in the surroundings. The street itself doesn't seem very interesting to me, but its eyes light up each time it turns to face a new building.
What a magnificent planet. The trees grow in your buildings.
I guess it's pretty common nowadays, though, isn't it?
Curiosity doesn't reply, instead floating up a bit higher. When its eyes lock on the turbines in the distance, it bobs up and down.
Wind power! How exciting! It is one of the many green energy sources humans employ.
It is, yeah. There's solar panels on the rooftops too, and all the bigger facilities are connected through a massive dark energy grid.
There's something incredibly endearing about how it moves and speaks, reminding me of the younger groups of kids I teach at CC from time to time. Even though Curiosity nods along to the other stuff, it seems fixated on the turbines. There's no possible way it hasn't seen one of them before, right? From what Ma tells me, the wind-powered infrastructure is at the core of Florel's design. I don't know exactly how many planets were made in its generation, but it certainly wasn't a small amount. Most planets added wind turbines decades after, even if it wasn't their whole thing like it is here. I cross my arms, glancing around. Well, if there's no sign of Quinn yet...
What sort of places do you usually visit? You and Quinn, I mean.
Maybe this will be a good chance to get some talking points.
Oh, would you like to read a record of our exploits as of Backup 8126, Gemini Sol 2, Sol Lunae?
Mari, it's time to wave hello to Summer and say, oh, yep. Hi! Oh, yeah. This is good. This is good.
Yes?
Its face immediately changes to one of a loading screen. I stand there across from it, the whirring in its body grows louder, and the looping of the icon on its face slows with each passing moment. I might be here for a while.
Maximum limit reached!
For the second time since it arrived, I jump out of my skin and out of my head. Forced back into the present.
Stars. Maximum limit for what? What does that mean?
There is a lot of data to parse. You must create a restore point in the ship and print it there. I apologize for the inconvenience. I would be happy to read aloud to you the summarized report on the hourly atmospheric readings.
Oh, no thanks. Actually, I didn't mean that. I meant more like...
I guess I'll try to condense my question into something more personal and immediate.
Why did you go to the last planet you went to? There's lots of places out in the universe, right? I'm sure there's something that called you to it.
Oh, my understanding was flawed. You were asking for something I cannot answer.
Oh, really?
Yes. Quinn does not choose the planets. We find them. Or, as Quinn says, they find us.
How perfectly Quinn.
I see. So, you don't really see places like Florel often?
Correct. Florel is the only planet I have seen with other people on it.
Huh.
What? The only one?
Interesting.
Correct. Florel is the only planet I have seen with other people on it.
No, I mean, you don't see people?
Incorrect. We cross paths with other travelers on space stations such as OPS, S-H, and the ISSL. An error in speech has been detected. I will adjust to emphasize planet from now on. Florel is the only planet I have...
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you very much, Curiosity.
A wave of relief washes over me. I knew Quinn wasn't really an extrovert, but the idea that they just haven't spoken to a human being in over 4 years was... well... it was believable. Which was worrying.
I am glad that the circumstances of our encounter have once again changed, and I have been a help to you. Oh, Quinn is here.
It doesn't even fully complete its sentence before it whips past me, zipping towards the small shape in the distance. Quinn greets the robot with a smile and says something to it as they both approach, before they catch my gaze and offer a timid wave. The moment I see them smile, I rush over too, smiling and giving a wave of my own. The relief of seeing them threatens to overwhelm me again, my worries about our meeting falling off with each step.
Quinn, you made it!
Yeah, hey. Sorry, the paperwork was...
I know. No worries. I'm just glad you're here.
I'm happy too.
Thanks.
Quinn pulls their hoodie around themselves, a bit tighter at the attention, looking up and away towards nothing in particular. I make it my mission to try and keep them here on Florel.
I was thinking we could take a walk around town, if you're up for it. And maybe tell me a few stories of your adventures?
I don't know if I have a ton of great stories to tell.
That's fine. I like okay stories too.
A grin finds its way across Quinn's face, and they rub the back of their neck sheepishly.
I can do that at least.
Quinn, your stories are not okay. They are great. Please do not speak inaccurately.
Modesty. Noun.
A state or quality in which one approximates their abilities to a moderate value, i.e. humility. You win this time.
Insane.
It has a dictionary?
They do, yeah. And they've even got pronouns.
I'm currently using they /them/theirs.
Oh.
And pronouns.
I'm not sure what kind of robot Curiosity is, but they keep surprising me. The world is truly incredible. I make a mental note to correct myself going forward.
That's awesome. Really, what else can you do?
I can microwave.
He got that. Oh my god. Wait, no, wait. They got that blue cape and pronouns.
Like inside your body, or?
I can use the microwave.
Oh, I'm treasuring them actually. You know what? That is such a talent. You are so talented, Curiosity. You can use the microwave. Real. Oh my god.
Huh, I can do that too.
Curiosity chimes a melodic sound, a cheery jingle that intermingles with their voice. Is that a laugh? It's adorable.
They were a really big help for me. Alarm clocks, timers, quick calculations, pressure readings, air toxicity warnings.
That's progressively getting scarier.
Blood pressure levels, oxygen detection, emergency global positioning pings.
You're not doing anything too dangerous out there, are you?
Not at all. We play it safe. We like to explore, not necessarily take big risks.
We simply explore the forgotten reaches of the galaxy. All the forgotten planets.
What strange phrasing. Still, I take in every word, nodding along or watching the two bounce off each other like a well-oiled machine. Or something less close to curiosity, like two peas in a pod. Quinn smiles at their friend, who sits comfortably in their arms. Suddenly aware of the silence, they glance up at me and we lock eyes. Their face flushes slightly. Well, I'll return to Curiosity's statement then.
Tell me about it. What's a forgotten planet?
It is a planet that was once lived in, but humanity has since abandoned. However, we use the term liberally to include places humanity has spent an extensive amount of time in, so other celestial bodies may meet this criteria.
Well, that was way better than I could have put it.
So, like, wastelands?
Nothing that dangerous. I guess it's more like museums.
You're doing interplanetary museum hopping?
Quinn struggles to think of how to explain whatever it is they're talking about before giving Curiosity a helpless look.
A recent expedition took us to a planet that planetary engineers used for testing artificial weather. It is a recently abandoned planet, so there was much to see, such as isolated thunderstorms and a tower that controlled soil temperature in a 400-kilometer radius.
Wow. Really? And there was no one there?
That's the point of it. Yeah.
What an incredibly Quinn way to see the stars.
It's nice. We can take our time and see whatever's left behind, I guess. Curiosity's been trying to make a collection of their own, taking whatever cool things we can find, documenting them and putting them away in their own space in the ship. We usually go as far as we can. Lots of these places have histories that no one even remembers anymore. So to get to see it with our own eyes, it just feels really special. It might be nice to see something different sometime too. But I like our way all the same. Sorry, didn't mean to ramble.
No, please keep going.
No, not at all. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You know, I've just been stuck here all this time. Same old job, same old routine every day. The only excitement I get in my life is when CC's director asks if I can cover someone else's radio time slot.
I feel the words tumbling forth like a current. I don't know what it is, but talking to Quinn like this, it just feels like nothing's changed. And everything in me just wants to be open with them.
There's a whole galaxy out there, and you've been out in the middle of it. If I were you, I don't think I'd ever shut up. The things you must have seen, the places you must have been.
I'm usually good at this. Keeping up a bubbly personality and making fun conversations. Not getting too personal in case the mood might shift. But I just want to tell them everything.
You're following a dream of yours, aren't you? Here I've been just wishing to have one. The biggest thing I've done in the past 4 years was because of you, you know? I messaged Izzy and Hannah. I told them that I missed them. So I guess I'm trying to say that I'm happy you're here. And I want you to ramble and tell me everything too.
Quinn stares at me, their face once again falling into open uncertainty and awe. I feel a bit of heat rushing to my cheeks, hoping that it's the heat and not the embarrassment of just dumping everything onto them at once.
Wow. Sorry, I wasn't really expecting that. You reached out to Izzy and Hannah?
I did. I think we all miss each other, you know?
Quinn blinks, but doesn't recoil this time. Doesn't turn or even glance away as curiosity looks between me and them, trying to follow the conversation with probably only a fifth of the context.
Thanks, Summer. That's really nice to hear. I'm glad that you ran into me. But, you know, I won't be staying long.
Of course. Even if they were the spark, Quinn's arrival is the first step of change for me. It's up to me to keep walking.
I know. I wouldn't ask you to stay. You're a free bird now. Just spare another hour or two?
Yeah. That sounds fun. Then, I guess this one time, we went towards this abandoned planet a few galaxies away. Even after a few days of just taking wormholes as far as we could, it still took another month of drifting to find it.
The two of us talk, and somehow we don't run out of things to say. It helps having curiosity there to fill in some of the silences. She's a bean? Oh my god. So okay, so depending on which route you pick, well, which answer you pick between the nervous and excited, I'm guessing is what changes it? That's crazy. All too soon, we end up parting ways again, and I head back home. I didn't want to push things too much, so I didn't ask to make future plans with Quinn, but I hope they can tell that I want to. When I get back to my place, I find Ma in the living room, watching a show. She puts it on mute as soon as I walk in, though. I open my mouth to start to say hello, but Ma waves a hand to shush me.
Hold that thought. Naomi! Summer's home! Coming!
Mom's voice floats down from up the stairs, with the rest of her following right behind. She scurries over to the couch and settles down beside Ma, where they both look at me expectantly. Settling into one of the chairs, I roll my eyes. It's just like when Izzy left.
I swear, you two are like teenagers.
Not that it actually bothers me, of course. Telling them how it went is the first thing I was gonna do anyway.
You're not too far from it yourself, Missy.
Now go on, spill the beans.
I give them a recap of what Quinn and Curiosity have been up to. I don't go into quite as much detail as they did, but I try to remember all the highlights. When I finish, Mom pats the empty spot on the couch next to her, calling me over to sit by her and Ma. I do, leaning against Mom's side, and she ruffles my hair.
Oh, sounds like it all worked out then.
This was the best day I've had in a long time.
First Izzy, then Quinn. There's only one thing that could make today even better. Idly, I slide my phone out of my pocket, having to contort myself to reach it without throwing off Mom's arm. Yes! It's happening! Guys, be cool. When I check the screen, I almost drop it in shock.
It's Hannah!
I haven't checked my phone in hours, not since I was with Quinn. Hannah replied earlier today and I didn't even notice. Handshaking a bit, I open her message. Hello, Summer. I'm sorry I didn't answer sooner. I'll be landing on Florel tomorrow. I'm going to be rather busy the next couple of days, but I'd like to find the time. A bit later, she sent another message. I miss you too. Of course. I shouldn't be surprised she's already got her next couple days planned out. Even without the CosCon coming up, which I'm sure she's heard about, Anna's always been the type to schedule things way in advance. I won't let that stop me, though. I quickly type back a reply. Can I meet you at the station? I don't even have time to put my phone away before I see Hannah start typing a reply. In Willowmere, I'll be arriving at PTLS and taking the train there. Yeah, at Fairmont. Alright, I'll send you my itinerary. She passes on all the information on her arrival times, and we hash out all the details in short order. Once it's all set, I finally collapse back against the couch with a triumphant sigh.
I don't think we even need to ask this time.
Nope. Tomorrow, Fairmorn Station, a little after lunch. Gonna see her then.
With everything settled, Ma's finally able to unpause the show she was watching when I got home. All three of us stay there on the couch together, although I'm only half paying attention. The other half of me is just reliving the past day and daydreaming about what comes next. Lately, real life has taken a turn for the wonderful. Maybe it's okay to hope for just a little more. When it's finally late enough for us to call it a night, I make myself some bedtime tea before going up and reading a while. One last nice surprise for the day, I find myself getting tired and eventually drift off to sleep. Despite doing my best to sleep in, I wake up earlier than I'd like. I even skip my morning coffee in hopes that it'll let me fall back asleep, but that doesn't seem to work. I've always been the kind of girl to schedule my doctor appointments and everything else as early as possible because I hate waiting for the right time to roll around. But since there's nothing I can do about Hannah's schedule, I'm left to buzz with excitement around the house. Sitting in my bedroom, it's hard for me to stay focused on the game I'm trying to play. After messing up a jump that I know I'm capable of for the 5th time, I save and turn it off. With Quinn and Izzy, there wasn't any time to be impatient. Now there's more than enough. I get so desperate I even do some extra chores I've been putting off, like weeding the garden. After showering and getting dressed, I'm reduced to spinning circles in my desk chair for a while. When it's late enough that I can convince myself I won't be too early, I burst out of my seat and hurry downstairs, stumbling a bit from dizziness.
Off to meet Hannah?
Yeah!
Yep. What's with the smirk?
Nothing. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to see you.
Uh-huh.
That's not a nothing smirk. That's a there's something I'm not telling you smirk.
You'll understand when you're older, sweetie.
Oh my god.
I'm 23.
Still a long way to go. Now scoot. Don't keep Hannah waiting any longer.
Oh my god.
I'm probably gonna be waiting for her, but yeah, I'm off. See you, love you, bye.
First already shipping them. Mom's like me, for real, for real. I barely said goodbye before I'm out the door and on my way to the local station. I'll be going to CZ after I meet with Hannah, so I bring my jacket just in case. Arriving right when the train does, I hop on and get whisked off towards Fairmont Station. Even with the stops along the way, I still arrive ahead of when Hannah should. As the biggest station in Willowmere, Fairmont is also the only one with a line that runs between here and the city of Pedalstreak. She'll be on one of those. Of course, it's also the busiest station. That's even more true today. I imagine a lot of folks here have company arriving for the concurrence, on top of all the other normal travel reasons. For the few tourists that do come to Florel under normal circumstances, this time of year is perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, and with plenty of opportunities to relax. Sitting on a bench out of the way, I wait. I try and fail to relax. A signboard detailing all the arriving trains ticks down the minute to Hannah's arrival. Ever since I was a kid, just being at the station was a reason to be excited. It either meant we were going somewhere or someone was coming to see us. Even though my moms and I never went further than Pedalstreak, it still felt like an adventure. Now, waiting for Hannah, I feel that same excitement. Finally, I get up. There are lots of other people around standing patiently. I stand impatiently. The signboard dings before broadcasting an arrival message in several languages. The train appears in the distance, the open air station providing a clear view of the fields the track runs through. As it gets closer, a loud rumbling fills the air, shaking the ground underfoot. That rumble turns into a quiet hiss as the train slows to a stop alongside the platform, and everyone backs up a bit to give space to the folks disembarking. A tide of people flows out, some walking on and out of the station, others finding the people waiting for them and cascading into hugs and greetings. Standing on my tiptoes, I scan the oncoming faces looking for any sign of Hannah. There! Yep. Yep, there it is. There it is. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Do you see? Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? I am so in love with Hannah. Like, are you seeing this? My god! I'm going insane, actually. My god. The art as well, like, oh my god. I'm going insane. Glasses make things better. No, it's so real, so real. It's the shorts, like, the hair, the glasses, the outfit. Oh my, this right here, work of art. Iconic. Chef's kiss could not even equate to the level of perfection. I saw this design, I saw her, and I was like, it's her. It's so, like, look at her, look. I'm going insane. I'm not normal right now. Oh my god, I just moved my entire fucking screen. So, anyway, I like put my hand on the screen and it tilted and I'm like, oh my god. I'm so obsessed, actually. Like, putting my hand on the screen, I love her, I love her so much. Holding her, like, Rorgor, like, my god. Actually, like, look at Hannah. How do you make such a perfect character right there? Like, how do you do it? How do you do it? Like, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I'm going insane. This is just perfect. Like, and like, okay, I'm gonna be pulling Amari here. You're gonna hear Amari ramble. Look at the colors. Look at the actual, like, art itself. I'm going insane. Look at the hair. I know I constantly mention hair, but I need you all to just look at the hair. Is she not just beautiful? Look at it. Look at it. I'm going feral. I'm going insane, actually. Like, my god, the lighting. If there is one thing I love about the art in this VN, it is that the way that Addie captures lighting in a character piece is always phenomenal. Like, Addie's color sense is incredible. There is not one single thing that, like, you know what I mean? Like, in every piece that Addie does, the colors and the lighting is always just what really makes the piece. Like, the shading is incredible. I always love how they do the hair, because the hair is always so standout-ish. Love how the intro CGs is, yeah, no, real, like, it's insane. Like, there is so much color sense in every single piece. And it's just stunning. Like, I love every single part of this image right now. I'm sorry, like, this is insane. How does Addie do this? My god, actually. This is love at first sight, let it be known, because I am so in love with her already. a white hat fluttering in the breeze and a hand holding it in place. As a gap forms in the crowd for a moment, I get a glimpse of Hannah's face as she moves in my general direction. She walks slower than most others, and it isn't too long before the crowd moves on, leaving Hannah on her own towards the back. I dart towards her, waving.
Hannah! Hannah!
Ah! I'm fine. I'm normal. It takes her a moment to figure out who's yelling for her. I see her look around, just like I was a second ago.
Love at first sight? That's just you with every woman, Mari.
Okay, but like, hear me out. This one's hitting different. I hold my hand high overhead, calling her name again. As she finally sees me, she comes to a stop, mouth falling open in the perfect O. I hurry towards her, dodging around the last few people in my way. Hannah stands there. I do my best not to keep her waiting. Unlike when I ran into Quinn a few nights ago, this time I'm able to bring myself to a respectable stop. She quickly adjusts her bangs and repositions her hat before facing me with a bright smile.
Summer, you're here.
A tinge of red crosses her cheeks. Oh! She's so in love with Summer. Oh my god, actually.
You bet I am.
I'm not normal right now, actually. You know what? I pull her into an embrace, being careful not to crash into her too hard. That doesn't stop me from wrapping my arms around her so tightly her hat almost falls off again. Save? Alright, I'm gonna save. See, this is... Okay, for y'all, I need y'all to understand this. So I am very big on, like, colors and, like, pairings. So if there are colors that I do not enjoy, I tend to be more reluctant to, like, take that romance route. Like, I'm very fussy with colors. I have never been a fan of red-green, but this is changing me. Like, I cannot explain how phenomenal all of this is, except for the fact that, yeah, like, oh my god, I am going against everything. Call this ship to modify. See, every time I see red and green, I just think, like, Christmas colors. And so I'm like, ugh. But, like, the shade of green is beautiful. Like, her hair color is stunning. I love it. I love it so much. Like, that is a gorgeous color. I love the shading. I love the way that the hair is done. I'm not feeling normal right now, actually. I'm going insane. Like, everything about her is so soft in color, and I'm going insane. I keep saying I'm going insane, but I'm going insane, guys. This is so over for me, actually. It's so over. Lord, I was not prepared for this level of, like, an emotional breakdown happening. Oh my god. I pull her into an embrace, being careful not to crash into her too hard. That doesn't stop me from wrapping my arms around her so tightly her hat almost falls off again. Hannah's always been the one I don't have to worry about hugging. Sometimes she's even huggier than I am. After a second's shock, I feel her squeeze me back.
I missed you so much.
There's a tremble in her voice that I've heard many times before. I let go of Hannah and she rubs one eye.
Oh, no. Don't cry. You're gonna make me cry too.
She half laughs, half sniffles.
Too late. It's happy crying though. At least I managed to wait until I got off the train. Don't worry. I had my happy tears too. And I'm sure there'll be more. You haven't gotten the real summer waterworks yet. I've missed those too. I've seen plenty of people in tears, but it's usually over homework and exams instead. There's plenty more where this came from. Trust me. Let's go. Can I help you with your stuff?
Guys, I'm so in love right now, actually.
Oh. Sure, thank you.
In addition to the bag she's carrying, Hannah has an automated bag that rolls along behind her, It's connected to a small transmitter that's in her handbag. I know this because she's had it forever. Izzy used to love taking the transmitter and getting Hannah's robo bag to follow her around, sometimes without asking Hannah first. Hannah gratefully passes me the other one, rubbing her shoulder once it's free. I can see why, it's a lot heavier than it looks.
Ugh, what's in this? A bunch of rocks?
Some, yes. Amongst other geological samples.
Oh, it's so over for me actually. She loves rocks. I'm so fucked. I thought I was just making a joke.
Good thing I'm here then, huh?
Yes. You've always shown up at the perfect time in my life.
No. No fucking way. Oh, it's so over for me, actually. You could... Hannah, my heart. What do you mean you've always shown up at the perfect time in my life? Girl? We start walking slowly towards one of the other platforms, where Hannah will catch her train back home, and I guess where I'll catch mine too. For the first time since we met up, her face falls just a little bit.
Although...
What's wrong?
Nothing at all. I'm just...
She halts, looking a bit nervous.
Why now? Don't get me wrong, I was very glad when you messaged me, but... After all this time, what changed?
I'm in love with you. Biting my lip, I look down at the floor.
Nothing, really. Not me, at least. I never stopped wanting to talk to you guys, or for things to be any different than they had been. But then, stuff happened, whether I liked it or not. And I didn't know how to deal with that. I guess I figured that whatever was going on had to be what everyone else wanted, too. Maybe that was just what growing up was like. It's normal to drift apart or go in different directions, I think.
I really love how vibrant Summer's colors are, and then just the fact that Hannah's is so much softer. Like, even when you look at their eyes, the vibrancy of the blue in her eyes, like for Summer, versus how soft Hannah's are, is so insane to me. Like, I am just fucking eating this shit up right now. I'm sorry, I'm so... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, actually. Oh boy. Wow, actually. That's crazy. So I think I know which route I'm doing first, guys. Absolutely 110% when this game comes out. I think I know who my first pairing is.
You know, I never cared that much about normal, though. But I figured it was just me. That if you or Quinn or Izzy wanted anything to do with me, then you'd tell me. And so, if I didn't hear anything, that just meant it was on purpose. You all had your own lives to live and dreams to fulfill, and those didn't have to include me. I basically told myself I was okay with that. Only, I wasn't. I never was. But by the time I admitted that to myself, it felt like it was too late. I didn't even realize I was stuck going round in circles. Not until the other day, when I ran into Quinn. Just out of nowhere. So I just told them how I was feeling. That I wanted to see them again. I was kinda surprised when they agreed to it. After that, I messaged you and Izzy too. Up until the minute you said yes to meeting up with me, I was ready for you to say no. Sorry it took me so long.
Summer, I think she's in love with you, actually. Like, I don't think you need to worry. I think Mom knew something was up. I think something's happening here, sweetie. Wiping an eye, Hannah shakes her head.
Don't be. I said you're always right on time, didn't I? To tell you the truth, I was feeling the same way, more or less.
No, I agree, Possum.
When When I heard about Quinn leaving and about how upset they were, I wished I could have gone back and changed my mind. The stupid exam I was studying for got rescheduled anyway. I told myself it was just the kind of sacrifice that I'd have to get used to making. Having friends would just make it harder to find time for all the work I had to do. Then, after a year of living like that and being ready to drop out, I realized I couldn't keep being on my own the whole time. I started accepting some of my roommates' invitations to spend time together, and went to some study groups.
Oh my god, the glasses girl, real. Well, you know, romance. Why do I always fall head first for the characters where they're already absolutely so devoted to the main character? Like, what is happening?
I've met a lot of very kind people that I'm happy to call friends. But I've still never met anyone else like you and Quinn and Izzy.
Gently setting Hannah's bag of rocks on the ground, I give her a second, equally gentle hug. I've been doing this a lot lately, but I don't care. For a moment, we blend in with everyone else waiting here at the station. Another joyous reunion.
Come on. I guess we should go sit down, right?
With a nod, Hannah follows me the rest of the way to one of the benches. The signboard, which couldn't get to Hannah's arrival fast enough earlier, is now racing towards her departure. It's 7.5 minutes away to be exact.
I want to hear about everything at some point, you know? School, friends, all of it.
What makes you think she's already in love with the MC? So, what I'm picking up is the way that our parents were very, like, our mom, like, Summer's mom was very, like, oh, before. Like, that was a huge thing for me with how mom's reaction was. There was also that part with Izzy being like, oh no, like, she'll respond to you in a second. Like, being so, like, certain that she would reply tipped me off as well. So it was that. It was the way that mom was acting, and it's the, like, always in the right time. There's a lot of how Hannah is phrasing her sentences and how she's reacting and speaking that makes me go, oh, there's something here. Something's existing inside of this girl. Like, this woman's having feelings, and I'm all for it.
Of course. I'll tell you everything. What about you? How have you been?
I've been alright. I've stayed here in Florel, mostly helping out Cece. I've got a radio show that I do every week, where I get to play music and talk about what's on my mind. Still never been off planet.
Because of your mom?
Yeah, she makes the best of it. She and Ma even went on a low-altitude trip a while ago. Her body is fine as long as she doesn't try to go past her atmosphere. Ma still won't leave the planet without her, but they both love it here on Florel, so it's not like that's a problem for them.
I found that I like Florel a lot more after spending so much time away from it. It's nice to come back to.
What about Tel Aviv? Have you gone back there at all?
Once for a class trip. It was nice to see, but even I was surprised that it didn't feel like home at all anymore.
It's been a long time since you first moved to Florel. Longer than you even lived there, right?
Yes, by about a year or two. When I was there, I was thinking about soil composition and atmospheric particles more than childhood memories.
Oh, I'm so in love with her, actually. Like, please keep talking about that stuff. Oh my god.
Do they have good dirt on Tel Aviv?
Not as good as on Florel. The soil is much less nutrient-rich compared to here, so the flora isn't as robust. However, it gave me an idea regarding the atmospheric interaction with Tel Aviv's plants. In fact...
No, wait, I want to keep listening to the info dump. No, give it back to me, please! They took it from me. Hopping to her feet, Hannah launches off on a spirited tangent that goes way over my head, but the smile on my face as I nod along is genuine. It matches the passion that she clearly has for what she's explaining to me. The problem with writing Hannah is that she's smarter than I am. She is so smart though, and I'm twirling my hair actually. So I have to do a lot of research on rocks. That sounds like an amazing time though, just looking up rocks. Lesbian geologist is so amazing.
Anyway, as I was saying, that's the third sample that I brought. There's one more which I intend to analyze over this weekend once I'm home.
Wait, I thought you were supposed to be on vacation, not doing homework.
Oh, this isn't for school. It's for my own curiosity. In fact, I had to argue with customs just to be permitted to bring them home.
Nikki! So many people aren't gonna understand that meme, but you're so funny for that one.
But I do also have homework. My capstone project. I've been working on it since I first enrolled.
For that long? How huge is this thing? I know you haven't been putting it off.
It's something all graduating planetary engineers have to do. We need to complete a full design and specs and then submit it to one of the guilds. It doesn't have to get chosen to be made, but it has to be eligible.
Whoa, that's amazing. Seriously.
Well, I haven't done it yet. And like I said, all of my classmates have to make one as well.
That doesn't make it any less amazing. Just means your classmates are great too.
That's true. Anyway, I'm sorry to ramble like that. I'm sure you don't care about dirt and rocks.
Hannah, I need you to keep talking about dirt and rocks. I am so fascinated with everything you say. Please keep talking. I'm begging of you. I am so in love.
I do, just maybe not quite as much. Don't apologize though. I like hearing about it. So, what's it like studying planetary engineering? As much fun as you hoped?
Definitely. This next year, my final year, is going to be difficult. But I'm really grateful for all the experiences it's given me. I've been to many other planets that are much more interesting than Talivi by now. All for school trips, of course, so there's never been any time to really explore and learn about them as much as I'd like to. But even a few days or a week teaches me plenty. I'm glad I got to see so much while I still can.
Before I can answer her, the station starts to shake. At first, I think it's a train arriving, but there aren't any in sight. Then I realize what's happening. I step forward and put a hand on Hannah's shoulder to help keep her balance.
Is this an earthquake? I didn't think Florel...
Not an earthquake. You might want to cover your ears.
The second the words leave my mouth, the celestial noise starts up. This is my first time being out in public when it happens, so I'm fascinated by others' reactions. A few people stop or cover their ears, while others carry on like nothing is happening at all. You can definitely tell who's arriving from somewhere other than Florel, because most of those folk look around in confusion. Then there are some people like Hannah who simply stop and listen. When it ends a few seconds later, she steps away from me, looking even more excited than when she was talking about dirt.
What was that?
I'm sorry, can I get distracted again? I'm sorry I keep rambling. I really like how, no, I need to focus. I think this might be the first time Hannah's ever asked me that question instead of the other way around.
We've been calling it celestial noise. It happens almost every day. Kind of annoying, if you ask me.
I can't wait to learn more about it. It must be related to the cosmic concurrence, right? I've been checking the observation department's board every day for updates, but I hadn't read anything about this.
No, remember what was it? Okay, no, I've just been sitting here the entire time and I'm like, damn, I really like how, Addie does, how the character art, the hands and the mouth in particular is so pretty. And, that's all I can think of was just, damn. Because, her hand is so pretty. Look at that. Look at the pose. The hands are so pretty. And, the mouth shapes are stunning. And I keep, just going, wow, okay. This is incredible for, every single character. And, I just keep getting distracted by that. And I'm like, oh my god. And I'm like trying not to think too much about it, but I keep getting distracted and I'm going insane. I need to focus, but like, look at the mouth shapes. And I know this is such a weirdly like specific part, but like, damn, do you know what I mean? Like, do you ever just see that one thing and you're like, yep, absolutely. Because that's me right now, but it's with everything. Mind moves every time you notice it. Real. No, you understand. Yeah, Nikki, you get it. And I'm so glad you get it because I'm going crazy right now because this is all I can think of. And like with Hannah in particular, like I don't, like it's so, like it's, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's definitely been happening for at least a month now.
Like, Mari's going feral. I'm going so feral, actually. Like, look at that. I almost mentioned how frequently I complain about it, but hold myself back. Hannah seems really impressed by it, just like I was at the park a couple of days ago. No need for me to spoil that.
I hope so. I've been looking forward to the concurrence for weeks. I made sure I'd be home in time to see it.
Not much longer to wait. I can't believe it's tomorrow.
The signboard near us plays its jingle and arrival message, jerking both my and Hannah's attention to it. At the same time, the train that Hannah's waiting for comes into view. I feel disappointed at the sight of it.
Guess this is it for today, huh?
Yes, but just for today. I'd like to see you again, if that's alright with you.
No, I just got you. Please don't leave me.
All right. I was trying to think of a way to ask you that.
It's settled then. I'm glad you came to meet me here.
Here, right here. See what I mean? It's the mouth. It's the smile. It's how she like look at that mouth. Like I'm sorry. I know this is such a obscure like thing for me to be fixating on right now, but that is like she looks so beautiful, and a lot of that is from the softness in the gaze and just how the mouth was drawn. And I'm going insane. You know what I mean? Going insane, actually. The files that version is really called the real, like it's so insane. The Addie mouth is so true, actually. Like Addie just goes so hard, and like it's that, you know what I mean? Like, oh my god, the hand held together softest for God. See, I screwed. Like, how am I meant to be normal like this? Like, that's just, she's so pretty. Like, this pose is just, do you know what I mean? Guys, I'm having emotions at like 11:46 p.m. on a Tuesday night. I didn't expect myself to be this, like, do you know what I mean? Both of us have to wait a second before saying anything else. As the train comes to a noisy stop beside us, the doors open and Hannah lifts her bag. Automated luggage rolling behind her. I can't think of anything else. I can't think.
See you soon.
There! That part, like, that pose is just peak pose right there. That's my favorite. That's my favorite pose right there. The hands on the face. I'm sorry. I'm not God's strongest soldier today. I am not the Lord's strongest soldier. I'm sorry you have to see me like this, everyone, but I am... Thank you for taking hold of that. Anyway. Lord.
Definitely. See ya.
I miss her already. I wave until the doors shut behind her. The train takes off, heading towards her parents' neighborhood and leaving me on my own. As it disappears from sight, I fall back onto the bench I was sitting on, my legs suddenly weak. I have gotten past the point where it feels unreal. Now I have to figure out what comes next. Fortunately, I have the next few hours planned out for me. I wait for the train that will take me to Cece, where we're doing some final prep and sorting out the latest arrivals. It keeps me on my feet and busy all afternoon until it's time for my show. After one last debriefing before the big day, I say goodbye to everyone else and head up to the radio room. Reaching the top of CC, the doors slide open with a pleasant ding. This is almost as high up as it goes. The only stop above this one is access to the clock tower. Clock. I step inside the radio room, my home away from home. There's an organized, familiar chaos to it all. Stacks of recordings that are older than any of us cover the tables and shelves. To play it, you need equipment that's hard to find even in Florel. I'll bet most planets don't have the capability at all. Near the front, there's a desk that's perpetually covered in papers, which are perpetually covered in coffee stains. The papers and the stains themselves cycle out as many. The radio program's director gets through them, but they always manage to get replaced. Looks like I'm too late to catch Manny himself today, but he's left the lights on for me. Before I get set up at the radio, I grab the watering can that we keep in the corner and take care of all the plants. This room gets a lot of natural light, so we have extra plants to take advantage of it. Even by Florelian standards, it's kind of excessive. But that's just part of what makes it feel like home for me. They hang in planters, sit in pots, and even grow up the walls in some places.
Drink up, buds. You've got to keep up with the boys outside getting all the rain.
When I'm done, I pour my own cup of water and sip it while I collect my thoughts. Usually I'll spend the time before my show planning what I want to talk about. Most of the time, it's coming up with something interesting to say, something they haven't heard from me before. Right now though, it's hard for me to think about anything other than my friends. That addictive rush of conflicted excitement. Finishing my drink, I slide down into my chair. The broadcast system up here is pretty simple. I can play stuff from my phone, or I can hook up any of the analog devices that we have laying around. I pretty much always use my phone, but I know a few people who prefer discs or tapes. They say there's just something appealing about the physical involvement of pressing the play button. There are about 4 or 5 of us at any given time who do radio shows. Mine's one of the longest running. It's that way with a lot of folks at CC. They spend a year or 2 here and then they're on to bigger and better things. Not me though. I'll probably still be here when I'm 40. As far as futures on Florel go, the idea doesn't bother me much. When everything's set up and ready to go, I center myself with a deep breath in front of the microphone before I hold down the broadcast button. I feel jittery in a way that I haven't since I first started my show a couple years ago.
Hey there, Willowmere. It's me, Summer. It's been... oh, boy, it's been a crazy few days since the last time I was here. A lot of stuff that I never thought would happen happened, and now I'm still trying to figure it all out. Have you ever really wanted something, and then once you have it, you don't know what to do with it? Like, you didn't really expect this wish to come true, so you didn't plan this far ahead. That's kind of where I'm at right now. See, I have these friends. I was worried that I couldn't call them that anymore, because it's been years since I've seen any of them. I won't go too into it. Anyone who would actually care already knows all about it. I was worried that maybe they hated me, or they'd never want to talk to me again. Because if they did, then they would have, right? That's what I told myself. But then, this past week, I got to meet up with all of them. And surprise, surprise, they don't hate me. I still get to call them my friends after all. It felt so good. It felt like a part of my world that was missing came back. Now, I'm worried about losing that part again. I got a second chance I didn't expect, and I don't want to blow it. I mean, these are rare enough as it is. No way do I get a third try. Right now, it feels like anything could happen, good or bad. That's really scary, because I haven't had anything to lose before. Not for a while, at least. So that's what's on my mind tonight, but enough for now. Here's some music.
I take my finger off the button and let the mic go cold as I load up the first couple tracks. It's nice to imagine that people listening to my show like hearing me talk. but I'd be just as happy to find out that there are folks who tune in because they have the same taste in music. At least that way there's something we'd both like. Besides, I think there's a kind of connection that you automatically have with someone else who enjoys the same songs as you. Something that resonates in both of you. I think that goes beyond any words I could say anyway. Wait. I really like that. I'm keeping that, thank you. Putting this away in my pocket because that was pretty words. Thank you for that. I'm feeling feelings over that one. Besides, I don't know who else might be listening. I let my thoughts drift in that direction while I stare out the window, just swaying to the sounds. A few songs later, and I go live again. Even after pressing the button, it takes me a second to start talking.
Still here, still summer. Hope you're having a good evening here in Willowmere, or a good morning or day or whatever if you're somewhere else. I was just thinking about music and how it connects us. First time someone's ever thought about that, I'm sure. But mostly, I was thinking about how cool it is when you meet someone else who likes the same stuff you do. It's nice to just automatically understand someone like that, and be understood.
Well, the best quote's real though. Like, I feel like every time we like go through a VN, I'm like, oh, that's a banger. I'm keeping that one. Thank you. Like, it's never ending. Every stream, I'm just like, thank you.
I don't know why I can only say these things here, where it's like nobody's listening, when actually there are a lot of you listening. At least, I hope there are. Man, that's embarrassing though, too.
So wait, yeah, no, real. I've had like 3 people point and laugh at me because of my current status on Discord because of it. I'm like, look, hear me out. Like, they go hard, okay? The thought of potentially hundreds of strangers listening to me whine about my life is vaguely mortifying, but it's also kind of freeing. They might know my name and my voice, but beyond that, they don't know anything about me. Just what I tell them. To the people listening to my show, I could be anyone. So what if I embarrass myself or overshare a little? They can listen to another station. From I Miss Millie Too Far. I was going through it in that moment, I'm not gonna lie. And then I got a couple of people messaging me like, alright, I'm seeing that. And then when I changed that one again, people were like, Mari, are you good? And I was like, I'm fine, leave me alone. I'm just having feelings. I'm thinking about that scene again. It's one quote from Maddie. Ooh, what quote is it? Ooh, let's share quotes right now, actually. What quote do you have? And if anyone I do know happens to hear this, then it's not like I'm saying anything I don't actually want them to know. Like always, the rest of my show passes on the same way. Long stretches of music interspersed with me talking. Before I know it, nighttime has set in. With only 22 hours in a Floralian day, it doesn't take long to go from twilight to no light. With only 22 hours! Oh my god, I barely can get by on 24 hours. How are you surviving? How do you fit everything into a 22-hour day? Bro, I get 3 hours of sleep a night because 24 hours isn't enough. What do you mean 22? That's insane. Just because you leave something behind doesn't mean you've lost it. It just means you have to learn to love. Oh, okay, I understand why you've got that one. That's, yep, I can understand that one. Yep. I understand. As the final note of the final song fades away, I clear my throat and then lean into the mic for the last time.
Alright, that's it for me. The CosCon is tomorrow, so who knows? Maybe our worlds really will change after seeing it. Maybe we'll be different people next time. Guess we'll find out. Good night, Willowmere.
Flicking everything off, I shut down the broadcast equipment for the night, but instead of getting up, I remain seated for a little bit longer. Somewhere out there, out my window, I know that 3 of the lights on the horizon probably come from Hannah, Quinn, and Izzy. Closer to me than they've been in years. All of us here together in one place again.
I can't mess this up.
Slowly, I rise, turning off the lights and saying goodnight to the radio room and to Cece. Exiting the community center, I follow the lamplit path back towards home, but before I've even made it out of Willowmere properly, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I slide it out, expecting to see a message from one of my parents, and nearly drop my phone in shock when I see who it's actually from. Quinn. Normally, they'd get at least a skipped heartbeat from me, but it's the fact that their message is a group message and not just one they sent to me that gives me the true loop-de-loop feeling in my stomach. I have to stop walking, because suddenly all my energy has gone to making my hands and knees shake.
Get it together, Summer.
It's just a text message, and I don't even know what it says yet. I just see the icon from our ancient group chat, some joke I don't remember anymore, alongside Quinn's name on the notification. Stealing myself, I unlock my phone and open the message all in one swift motion. Hey, I was listening to Summer's radio show, and I needed to tell you guys that I don't hate you. I'm sorry for leaving how I did. I miss you all. It's barely a single line long, but I read it again and again. In classic Quinn fashion, it's almost painfully short, but it doesn't waste a word. In fact, coming from them, it's extra meaningful. I can practically see them blushing as they force themselves to be this honest. As I'm still staring at the screen, another message pops up. This one's from Izzy. You were listening too, huh? 2 out of 3, right as I think that. 3 green dots appear in the corner and then disappear. This happens a couple more times. Hannah's always taken a while to respond. I realize that I've started walking again. I'm not even sure when. I feel like I'm on autopilot. Finally, Hannah's reply comes through. I heard it too. I had hoped that I wouldn't be the only one. I feel the same way. 3 people, 3 messages, 3 lights scattered across Willowmere. I stop and look around. Now that it's my turn to reply, and where I am couldn't be more perfect. I take a seat on one of the swing sets and then take a picture of the park. I figure I said all the words I needed to already back in the radio room, so I just send the picture, knowing, not hoping, that they'll understand. Then, smiling, I slip my phone back into my pocket and wait. So my feelings did manage to reach them after all. Even though I couldn't say it to their faces, a part of me was hoping for that. By putting on my radio voice and detaching myself a bit, it was easier to be heartfelt and honest. That's probably something I should work on. Either way, it got the job done. Now I feel strangely at peace. The frantic agitation I felt just a little bit ago went away pretty fast, scrubbed off by my friend's words. My friends. They heard all of it, I assume, my fears and worries and how I felt about seeing them recently. They heard all that and still sent those messages. Ma's never gonna let me live down how right she was when she hears I was just worrying too much. But I know that'll only be because of how glad she'll be to know it. I guess I can let her have this. Standing, I take a few steps back and then kick my feet up, letting the swing do its thing. Up and down, back and forth. The only real limit on how high I can go is my own 2 feet, dragging along the ground beneath me. Before it's been too long, a figure starts to approach from the darkness. As I get closer to the light from the lamp, I recognize Izzy's shock of purple hair and lanky walk.
Hey!
I call out, not too worried about keeping quiet. There's no one else around for us to disturb. Izzy looks around at the sound of my voice and then spots me, approaching with a wave.
Yo!
You sure got here fast?
Yeah, I was in the area. Had to drop something off for my bro, and then I took a nap downtown. Wasn't totally sure you sent that picture in like a, hey, come here where I am way, but looks like I got that one right.
You sure did.
I pat one of the empty swings next to me, and Izzy climbs onto it, balancing like she's standing on a surfboard. The seat swirls and the chains twist, but she manages to keep her balance somehow. Never mind, I'm sorry, I whisper back, she's back, guys! Hannah's the next one to arrive a few minutes later. We can hear her footsteps tapping down the path before she arrives. Each one even and precise. She spots the two of us right away and approaches.
Hannah!
I wave, which she returns.
Hey, Hanners!
Izzy waves too, letting go of one of the chains. For the first time in years, Hannah and Izzy look at each other face to face. Hannah sighs, but I can see her biting her cheek to not laugh.
You're going to fall, you know.
I'm not.
Izzy's foot suddenly slides off the edge of the swing and she falls backwards, managing to land on her butt instead of her head. Smiling, Hannah walks over and reaches out a hand to help Izzy up.
Hi, Izzy. It's good to see you.
Izzy climbs to her feet, using Hannah's arm to pull herself up rather than being pulled. The two of them wrap each other in an embrace, and I have to look away or else I'll tear up. Leave it to me to start crying at someone else's hug. Finally, Quinn gets there, with curiosity in tow. As they come into view, I'm pretty sure I see them stumble with momentary hesitation, but it doesn't stop them, and the pair walk over to where we're waiting. Already, I can see Hannah fidgeting a little bit. I hop up to my feet with a grin.
Hey, you two!
I put on my biggest, most enthusiastic, I'm not gonna let this be an awkward silence attitude that I can. So bright that it would be weirder for them to not respond than to respond. It works, and they join us with a sheepish look.
Hey.
Hello.
Hannah's instant tense reply comes with a jerky wave and a smile that I can tell she wants to believe in. Izzy hops up just like I did, arms extended towards Quinn. I sort of expect them to dodge away, but they don't. They hug Izzy back and then, after a shared look of uncertainty, hug Hannah too.
Wow. I have not witnessed Quinn engage in so many social interactions since I first met them. You three truly must be very special to them.
Oh, curiosity. While Quinn's face turns bright red, Hannah and Izzy seem to notice curiosity for the first time.
Yo, Quinn! Who's your conscience?
Greetings. My name is Curiosity. Quinn is my friend. It is a pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. I'm Hannah.
You must be Hannah Reed. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah, let's go! Quinn abruptly steps in front of Curiosity before they can start sharing any of those details.
Curiosity and I travel together. They're
pretty special for a robot.
Quinn nods gratefully.
The two of you have met before.
Yep, I met Curio the same day I saw Quinn again.
Curio. Does that refer to me?
Yeah, it does. I guess it's a nickname. Do you like it?
I have never had a nickname before. I have not had a name for very long either. I would be very grateful to receive this one.
This is so cute, I'm going insane.
Alright, Curio. Welcome to the team.
Izzy whoops and claps her hands while Hannah looks simultaneously amused and embarrassed by the commotion. I clap a couple times too, and even Quinn looks happy for their robot companion. Somehow, it's that simple. Not only is it easy to welcome someone new into the group, but there's a group for them to join. There's some tension still. I'm not blind, but those bonds that once connected us, that I was so afraid had been broken forever, they're still there. Sorry, I'm having feelings again. I'm still... Look, I am not God's strongest soldier. She's stunning. I don't know what to say to you guys, okay? I don't know how to explain. I need you to understand. I don't need a reason. And then I'm gonna get this for Neki, because otherwise Neki's never gonna forgive me. There we go. I don't need to explain anything. Mari's so gay. Look, can you blame me?
Summer, are you alright?
I'm fine.
With a big sniffle, I managed to keep most of the waterworks away. Slowly, everyone ends up taking what I still think of as their usual spots. Quinn leans against one of the playground support beams, while Curiosity goes down the slide and then jets back up to the top to do it again. Hannah takes a seat on some of the stairs, stretching her legs out. Izzy dangles from one of the monkey bars, even though she's too tall for it to really work. Quinn clears their throat to get everyone's attention.
So, I said it in my message, but I'm sorry for just leaving all those years ago. Over something as small as a birthday party. It was stupid. Ever since then, I've wished that I hadn't. But I didn't think any of you would want to hear that, and I understand if any of you can't forgive me for it.
Although they're talking to everyone, I can see that Quinn's looking right at Hannah, who's staring at the ground. Hannah mumbles something in response that I'm sure none of us can hear, but before anyone can ask her to repeat herself, she straightens up, tears in her eyes.
Of course I do. I missed you just as much as everyone else.
Look away, look away, look away, look away, look away. I didn't do that. Whatever you think you saw, I didn't. For the first time since they arrived, Quinn really smiles. Curiosity, on the other hand, looks confused. I wonder just how much Quinn told them about us and what. I'm so curious as to what you're putting in my DMs, actually. Like, what are you cooking? Noticing the giant question mark on their friend's face, Quinn gets a little red again.
It was...
Hanners was busy and couldn't make it to Quinn's birthday party, and Quinn felt like she didn't want to be there.
Although they both look kind of embarrassed, Quinn and Hannah both nod.
pretty much.
I could have made more of an effort, it's true. I regretted it the minute it was too late.
Curiosity looks up at Izzy in wonder.
Thank you. That was most efficient communication.
Oh my god.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Out of the corner of her eye, Izzy winks at me. The way she tells the story is true. Hannah was supposed to come back to Florel, but decided not to take the time off from school. Quinn, feeling hurt, left and never came back. And so suddenly, it was just Izzy and me. Although the two of us hung out together a couple of times after that, it never felt right. Like the absence of Hannah and Quinn was a black hole, a void that we couldn't fill. After a bit, we stopped trying. Ever since then, we've all been on our own, apparently wishing that we weren't. It sounds so simple and so dumb, mostly because it is. Eventually, missing them just became normal, and so it all remained unsaid. But here, tonight, it all feels right again. The four of us talk for at least a couple hours, although the time flies by. Hannah's the first one to yawn, setting off a chain reaction that spreads to the rest of us and makes me realize just how late it's gotten. I know we're all going to have to part ways again soon, but I'm determined to make sure it's not the last time. When there's a lull in the conversation, I hop to my feet. My butt's sore from sitting in a kid's swing for so long, but somehow I don't mind the pain at all.
Hey, so tomorrow, the CosCon. I'd love to see it with all of you. Like this, together. If, you don't have any other plans.
I'm already prepared to be turned down, since it wouldn't be a surprise if they're busy.
I'd like that. My parents will enjoy their time together, I'm sure.
We're going on a date with Hannah.
Yeah, my moms are gonna make a whole date out of it, too.
Might shock ya, but I'm not busy either. You bet I'll be there.
Good, you better be.
What about us, Quinn? Will we be joining?
Yeah, Quinn?
I'd like to.
Yes.
Yeah. As long as you're up for it.
I do want to. I've enjoyed spending time with my friends tonight.
Then it's settled.
I clap my hands together for emphasis.
Tomorrow night at the usual spot?
Everyone agrees, and we all pair up for one more round of goodbye hugs before everyone heads back home for the night. Even after I'm alone again, I linger in the park a little bit longer, staring up at the stars as I slowly make my way home. The joy I feel in my heart right now is unlike anything I can remember, at least not in recent memory. Up in the sky, a bright light catches my eye as a light goes streaking across. It's a real shooting star this time. Smiling, I look down and focus on the path ahead of me. There's nothing I can think of to wish for. Okay. Someone who has finished this, is there more? Like, how much more is there? Like, almost done? Okay. Almost done is in how long? Just because I'm going to be time conscious. You're on the last scene, but it's kind of long. Let's go. Let's go. We're staying up late tonight, boys. Oh, we're doing this. I'm getting another 2 to 3 hours sleep. I believe in us, actually. It may as well be a holiday. The buildings are empty and the streets are full of people dancing, laughing, and singing. Our planet is the kind of place that people visit to relax and sightsee safely. If you come here, it must be because you really like grassy plains and rivers. We don't have any crazy geology or galactically famous cities or people. Nothing that's exciting or special. So we'll take every chance we can get to have a celebration. There's a party on every corner of the city as my moms and I pass through. Rainbow-colored streamers are draped over the plain stone columns and brick walls. A new mural drawn by the kids at one of the local schools has just been unveiled. A few streets away, there's a symphony performing. It's too far to hear what songs they're playing, but close enough to catch the occasional melody. I'm sure that once I leave to meet up with the others, my parents will end up at the concert. Ma can't hear a violin without crying at how beautiful it is. Kids charge past us carrying brightly colored party lasers. Their parents are over at one of the booths, where artistic renditions of what people think the cosmic concurrence will look like are on display. Since nobody's quite sure what to expect tonight, the plan seems to be to celebrate in every way possible. We do the usual gift giving, visiting folks who live in the city to bring them fresh produce. Usually would leave with armfuls of whatever they've got, cheese or eggs or other things that we don't grow ourselves. But today we pass on all that so we don't have to carry it around. Later, one of us will come pick it up on a grocery trip instead. Hannah's somewhere in town doing the same stuff I am with her family. They don't grow anything, but both her parents are geniuses at fixing things. Bikes, computers, robots, you name it. Anytime something breaks, you know to take it to the Reed family for assistance. Sometimes Hannah helps too, but she's not exactly great at delicate handiwork. After a couple incidents where things ended up more broken than before, I think they've all agreed that Hannah's not cut out for it. She's great at designing though, and helping her folks figure out what to do. As for Izzy, she mentioned something about dragging her brother to one of those art exhibitions where his work is going to be featured. You'd think it'd be the other way around, but Troy's never liked being the center of attention. It seems like Izzy's made it a passion project of hers to get him out of his comfort zone. Poor kid. Growing up under the same roof as Izzy must be exhausting. He always kept to himself for the most part when we were over at the Lancaster commune. There are so many people living there that it was hard enough to just keep track of Izzy. I'm not sure how much of her family would remember who we are if we were to visit nowadays. They're nice people, but sort of intense. I guess Izzy's intense in her own way though. My parents love all my friends. There's a reason I'm an only child, but I know they enjoyed having a full house from time to time. As the day starts to turn into evening, the excitement only grows. People had been sitting around and chatting are now pacing around eagerly. A lot of folks glance at the sky and smile, glad the clouds are gone. Others have already gotten cozy in their spots where they'll watch for the night and are fixated on the sky, even though there's a couple of hours to go. Eventually, I say goodbye to my moms, who hurry off to hear the final songs from the symphony. I head to the station and catch a shuttle that takes me closer to the meeting spot with everyone else. The train is full of people going in every direction. Hardly anyone is staying home tonight. I reach my station and disembark right at the brink of twilight. It's been years, but I know this path like the back of my hand. Just past the end of the sidewalk, there's a small slope that leads to another trail. That one follows the river for a bit, before splitting off toward the tree and hills. I cross through the woods using familiar landmarks: an old burnt tree, a rundown shack with nothing in sight, a fallen log. It makes me happy to see that they've withstood the test of time, and that I'm not lost. The last step is climbing up a series of hills until finally I reach the top, our secret spot. It's not the tallest hill around, but it offers one of the best views. You can see clear onto Petal Streak over the top of the trees and buildings. God, it's even prettier now. Oh my god. You've gotta be... like, that's insane. Are you kidding me? The clouds. How do you draw clouds so perfectly? My god. Like, those clouds are so perfectly done that it just looks like you've taken clouds from the sky and just put it into the painting. Like, that's perfect. How? How did you do that? How? How did you do that? I'm going insane. I keep looking at the clouds and they literally look so perfect that they look real. And that's driving me insane. Like, how do you do that? That's... pop off, actually. I can't believe this. This is crazy. The grass here is thick and lush, and perfect for lying down in. We nicknamed this place Stargazing Hill, but it was good for more than that. It was great for napping, or for doing homework, or just coming to be an angsty teenager alone. We're going crazy over... Yeah, no, we really are, because every single art piece in this has just been insane. Like, it's been incredible what they've been doing. Like, how do you... how? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you do that? It was also great for picnics with friends, and camping trips, and now once-in-a-lifetime cosmic events. We discovered it a long time ago, exploring after class. It seemed awfully far away from school and from home at the time. That was part of the appeal. Now I'm glad it's as close as it is. A station hop and a short hike are nothing. I notice a quin-shaped silhouette sitting on the ground nearby, almost hidden by the grass. They wave without facing me, so I make my way over.
Am I that noisy?
Curiosity spotted you coming up the hill. You're the first one here.
Where's the love of my life?
Third, counting you two. How long you been here?
A while?
We have been staying on this hill for 117 hours, 19 minutes, and 34 seconds.
Oh my god.
Wait, that's... You've been here almost a week?
Yeah, since we landed. This is where we've been staying.
Leave it to you to pick the coolest place and not tell anyone.
I wasn't trying to hide it. It just never came up.
Uh-huh, sure.
They look up at me, worry plainly written in their face. I shouldn't be surprised that they're still a little guarded. It's been a while.
Just teasing, don't worry. Mind if I sit down?
Sure.
They scoot over and I plop down beside them. The thick grass sways gently in the breeze, a whispering blanket that stretches all the way back to town.
It hasn't changed at all, has it?
Gazing out at the unfolding evening, I know what they mean. There are a few more homes and buildings now than there were before, and a few marked trails and pathways where there used to be none. Up here though, looking out from afar, I feel the same as I did a couple days ago, looking out from the radio tower. Knowing that there's more out there and wanting to see it for myself. We used to stand on this hill and swear that someday we'd see it all. Cities, planets, galaxies, whatever. It never mattered where. All we wanted was adventure. To see and share something special with each other. Once we were old enough for it, real life got in the way. But now that it's come full circle, now that I'm here again with Quinn, with the others on their way,
You're right. It's exactly the same.
they smile. Nothing more needs to be said. Before long, curiosity stirs.
They here?
I love that they're holding curiosity like a baby. Hold gently like child.
Yes, the others are arriving now.
Yeah, Hannah and Izzy crest the hill, Izzy in front with Hannah trailing behind.
Hey, you two!
I hop up to greet them. In a crowded room, you know, in a crowded room. Just her. Oh, I'm so unwell.
Yo!
Oh, there.
Hannah's somewhat out of breath, but she manages to straighten up and smile.
We're not late, are we? I ran into Hanners on the way here and couldn't just leave her behind.
We have plenty of time, I told you.
Uh-huh. You sure we're taking yours?
I was walking at a perfectly reasonable pace, thank you. You were the one who was convinced we could find a shortcut.
Look, I did what I had to make sure we got here on time.
Hannah glares at Izzy, who gives her the most innocent face she can manage in return. For Izzy, that's not saying much. But both of their expressions melt into smiles at the same time.
I can't believe I missed you.
Hey, me either.
Nope, nothing's changed.
Come on, we're over here.
I return to my spot next to Quinn and Curiosity. The new arrivals find a place to get comfy too. Hannah settles down on the grass where she is, and Izzy wastes no time sprawling on her back and taking up enough space for 3 people.
So, can someone explain to me what we're gonna actually see tonight? Everyone's talking about it, but I don't know what it is.
You just know that when they show us the actual art for it, it's gonna be the most insane thing we've ever seen, and we're gonna sit there looking at the art for 10 hours.
Another universe is passing by ours. When it's closest, we'll be able to see it.
See... what?
No one knows. That part's unpredictable.
What? How do we even know what's gonna happen then?
It's been calculated. At first, there was an anomaly in the routine measurements that were taken, and then once the Galactic Observation Department started looking into it, they...
Lord have mercy on me.
You know what? Never mind. I'll just take your word for it.
You didn't see that? We pass the time like this, chatting and laughing. Although I chime in here and there too. I'm perfectly content to listen more than talk. To listen and to watch and to just be. Stargazing Hill stays ours alone, but I can see signs of life all over town. The glow of a campfire or phone, the distant sound of anonymous laughter. Observation drones dart around overhead. Some belong to researchers, while others are just watching for fun. Tonight could be just as important for science as it is for dreams, and friendship, and me. And knowing that I had at least some small part in all of this, that my hours of stacking chairs or directing guests or any of the other little tasks that have filled my time have all contributed to this one moment. To me, Florel has never seemed more alive. The sky darkens and more stars emerge. Quinn leaves for a bit to grab a blanket from their ship, giving us a place to sit once the grass and dirt gets too cold. We stay cozy despite the chill. Theo, hello, welcome. We're getting to what I feel like is gonna be the most insane part. And then, right at the expected time, curiosity lights up with excitement.
Celestial noise detected. Something is about to happen.
Izzy and Hannah cut off mid-bicker. All 5 of us rise, turning to face the stars. At first, there's nothing. Then, a thin golden light begins to stretch overhead, an explorer charting its way through the sky. A deep rumbling reverberates through me, like the bassy notes of the symphony earlier. Oh my god! Except different. It's not a rumbling I can hear, just one that I can feel. Glancing at my friends, I can tell they're experiencing it too. If I suffer from tension. As it intensifies, I also notice a giddy elation spreading through me. An intoxicating full-body energy that I'm not sure comes from the cosmic concurrence or just my own pure excitement. The sky ripples like a sheet of paper, shaking with anticipation as well. For a second, it looks like the stars might fall. Several of them seem to shine brighter, shake into life. The hue of their glow begins to change, green and purple and gold, and the light they spread drifts like fairy dust. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Holy shit. Wherever the sky is painted with the light, it seems to tremble alive and wanting to be free. Then, as more and more of the sky is illuminated, an image of something begins to take form. It's a window to another world, no, a whole other universe. There's a city. It's not one I know, but it still strikes a feeling of recognition somehow. The buildings are all so tall and so close together, they remind me of the tall towers of Petal Streak, but different. This is insane. It's the middle of the day over there, or maybe closer to sunset. Early enough that their sunlight is almost blinding against our nightlight. It reminds me of watching a movie in a dark room. There must be so many people just out of sight. In this one little slice that we can see, I wonder if they're looking right back at us. I can't help but imagine how that city must look during its own nighttime. All lit up from far away. I'll bet you could count the lights from here, just like you can try to count the stars. And how much farther does it stretch, out past the edges? All those people who must live there, I wonder if they're any different from us, what their lives are like compared to my own. What a funny coincidence for our universes to brush together like this. I wonder if we'll ever cross paths again, or if this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The other day, Aletha told me that she wishes she had seen and done more while she still could. I've never really thought much about just how much there is out there to see. Now that I do, I shiver. I've seen 0% of my own universe, and now here I am thinking about other ones. It's kind of overwhelming. I could travel for my entire life and not even see a fraction of what exists. I look around at my 4 friends. I had expected Quinn to be the kind of immune to big spectacles like this one, so I'm glad to see them watching slack-jawed. No matter how far they've gone since I last saw them, they came back for this. Curiosity is ignoring the sky entirely. Instead, they're looking up at Quinn with the robot equivalent of whatever Quinn is feeling right now. This must be the first time they've seen this kind of response from Quinn. Izzy is watching from close by, with her hands in her pockets. Even though she used to make fun of sentimental stuff like this, I can tell she's different now. Or maybe she's just stopped pretending. Oh, I'm so ready. Oh wait. Either way, I like this new Izzy. Just as fair as ever, but more mature. Maybe that's only natural now that we're older. But still, it's always a shock when you realize your friends have changed. Okay, now I'm ready. When I glance at Hannah on her other side, we end up making eye contact for a half second, but she instantly looks back at the concurrence. I'm proud of Hannah. Out of all of us, she's the one who's always been chasing the same dream. I'm glad that this time, that chase brought her back here. Lord. I'm so in love with her, actually. Like, I'm so in love with her, actually. Wow. Eye contact, them being the other. Yeah, no, real, like. yeah, no. Oh my god. Like, okay, you're experiencing such an insane moment and you stop to, like, make eye contact with Summer? That's crazy. Girl, Hannah, do you enjoy RGB? Like, just a crazy question. Are you feeling it? Oh my god, actually. I'm too invested, I'm sorry. Do you like LGBT lights? Oh yeah, no, Hannah's my first route. I'm sorry. I'm so, like, I know earlier. Okay, I know when we were doing all of the first stuff with Quinn, I was like, I see what y'all are saying. I see what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm right. It's her. It's her. Quinn had me for a second there, but we finally got the Hannah stuff, and no, I'm right. In every universe, it's her. I'm losing my mind, actually. I don't know what it is, but if you give me someone who, like, has, like, that coding of already being so, like, in love with someone, and, like, that's crazy. I'm going insane. I keep, like, you know what I mean? Look at her. She's beautiful. She is beautiful in every way, and I'm losing my mind right now because how am I meant to feel normal about this? Does she feel like eternity? She feels like a breath of fresh air. It's like not even realizing that you've been holding on to a deep breath until you finally take that first inhale again. It's like you never realized how much your lungs longed for the taste of air again, and like this is how I'm feeling right now. She got that we no longer see each other, so I've moved on, but yeah, no, real, like, the feelings came, oh my god. And her mom being all like, oh, you two, like, please, I'm going insane. They are. I have so many feelings, actually. I have so many feelings. I'm not feeling normal in all of this. I'm feeling so many emotions right now. I'm feeling it. When your mom agrees, oh, so literally, like, as soon as we got that dialogue, I was like, oh yeah. Oh, it's so over, actually. Oh my god, I'm going insane. I am in love, actually, like... Hello? And Addy Odd, like, just absolutely just going insane here. Like, again, I'm like really fixating on the hands and like the mouth and like the like eyes, like, and the shading in the hair, and my god, I'm gonna sit here and just scream about the same stuff again. I'm sorry. I'm having feelings. I'm having feelings for a fictional woman again, because here we go again. Oh my god. This is insane. No, I'm actually going insane. Like, this is incredible. My god. My god. My god. She's just so, you know? The foreign light twinkles in Hannah's glasses, a tiny miniature version of the scene we're watching. All of us together and a whole universe before us. I wish this moment could last forever. It can't, of course. Without warning, the colors at the boundaries of the celestial window begin to fade. Its already hazy edges starting to dissipate as the light collapses in on itself. The image of the city shimmers and gets fuzzy. Like patchwork on a heavenly quilt, the top and bottom come together to meet each other, leaving pristine night sky behind them. In just seconds, there's nothing left but a brightly glowing seam where the two edges connected. Even that gets dimmer by the second, and before long, it's gone too. Oh my god. There's just us. Us and the breeze and the stars. So, I know who needs this. I'm having feelings. Oh my god. Oh my god. For just a moment, the whole planet pauses and reflects. Then, one by one, the lights and towns start to come back to life. It's over. I close my eyes, exhaling. Nobody speaks, and nobody moves. Not for a long time. It's Hannah who finally breaks the silence.
Gwen, have you ever seen anything like that before? Out there in the galaxy?
No. Nothing like that. Planets, sure. But whole other universes are new for us.
You still doing poetry? How would you write about it?
I don't know yet. I have to think about it.
They do poetry? Wait!
They're quite fond of the adjective magnificent.
Think? What do you have to think about? Go with your gut! Whatever your first reaction was.
That's not how poetry works.
Maybe not for you. What was your first reaction, Izzy? Easy. I thought it looked like a mustache. Mustache? Yeah, didn't you see it? It started here, and then it went like this.
She draws the shape in the air with one finger. Yeah, this character is so Neki coded. Like, that's it. This is a character for Neki. Shaking her head, Hannah gazes back at the night sky, which has gone back to being so normal looking that it's almost absurd.
It was like a beautiful painting to me. The longer I looked, the more I saw. But I don't know if I could ever put it into words or describe it for someone else.
What about you, Summer?
I hear them say my name, but I can't speak.
Some?
Because as soon as I do, I'll cry. Keeping my eyes shut is barely working.
Summer?
But then, why hold back, I ask myself. Who cares if you cry? Tears leak out of my eyes.
I felt like I didn't want it to end. All of it. The CosCon, being here on the hill, being with the four of you. It's what I've been hoping for so long. You guys don't even know. It's the most right I've felt in years. Just being together, chatting, laughing. I've missed it all so much. All of you. And
My voice cracks, but I don't care. I'm done not saying how I feel. I don't want to keep regretting it forever.
And I don't want things to go back to how they have been, where we never talk to each other. I want things to be like they were.
I look away from the flowers I'd been staring at and back at my friends. I've never stopped calling them that, but I want it to mean something again.
No, not just that. I want to make new memories with you all. I want to pick up where we left off. If you all want that too.
Hannah sniffles. Of course she's crying as well.
I'd love to. Really, I would.
There it is. There's that smile. Oh, the brain cell activates.
You already know I'm in. You don't even have to ask.
Izzy slings one arm around Hannah in an enthusiastic hug. Hannah smiles but pretends to be bothered. Curiosity drifts into the center of everyone, a big smile on their face.
I've greatly enjoyed the time we've already spent together.
Aw, us too, Curiosity. Thanks for looking after Quinn all this time.
Quinn themselves blushes and scratches their head, reflexively starting to turn away but stopping. They're still getting used to this again too. Hannah being the first one. I know, oh my god.
Yeah. Curiosity has really helped me through a lot, but like I said in that text, I really do miss all of you. I'd like for us to be friends again too. Actually, me and Curiosity don't have any plans right now. There's nowhere we're going next, so if all of you, or any of you...
The more Quinn talks, the faster their words start to tumble out.
If there's anywhere you'd like to go or like to see, we could, in my ship, I could take us, I mean, if you wanted.
All of us look at Quinn, who wilts a little under the attention as we take in what exactly it is they're offering.
Anywhere?
I can only whisper the word. It feels so big, but full of potential.
Yeah. I was thinking, we always used to talk about it, right? But we never could.
Wait, I've just noticed something. I need to double check. I am so curious right now, actually, because I've just noticed something, and I don't know how it took me this long, but look at this. Ready? I'm curious for the reasoning. Right? So we're looking at the eyes. Yeah? And then look at Quinn's. That is an interesting design choice. Yeah, because like I was looking at Quinn like that entire time and I was like, huh. And then I just had to quickly check like one of the like full out like the, you know, like one of the CGs, and I was like, yeah, no, that's consistent. Like I just quickly checked back through like the little screenshots that I've been taking. I'm so curious. Why? Huh. That is so interesting. Cause they all have pupils. Yeah, like, what? Yeah, like even Mom and Ma have it. Mom and Ma have pupils. It is literally just Quinn. Is that just a design choice, or is this gonna be plot relevant? That is so interesting. Huh. Because, like, it's even more insane because, like, when you look at this here, it's like... Do you see what I'm saying? Like... It's so interesting. I'm going insane. Yeah, because even in the last CG, like, that's a very specific design choice. There. Like, that stays consistent, even when they're on an angle. And then they don't have... I'm so curious. Huh. Okay. What are you cooking here? What cooking is happening? Huh. Hydrate? Okay. And a stretch? Okay. Okay. This is so interesting, actually. Cause yeah, no, like I was just looking at them then and I was like, huh. Cause like, I always love how the pupils are done. So when I couldn't see, I was like, wait a second, wait a second.
If you don't want to anymore, that's fine. Or if you can't. I get it if
A quick glance at Hannah.
anyone's busy.
Shaking her head with a smile, Hannah seems unbothered.
That sounds great. There's a lot of time to make up for after all.
Throwing her hands up, Izzy lets out a whoop.
Woohoo! Road trip time! I take it that means you're in too, then. Of course! Wouldn't miss it for the world. Any world.
And then, of course, they all turn to look at me. Like, I have to think about it. Like, I have to make up my mind. There's not a single reason I'd say no. Not ever. But especially not tonight. I feel a grin spread across my face. Like the miracle we just witnessed.
Let's go. Anywhere. I don't care where. I just want us to do it together.
It's over! No, wait, come back. Wait, come back. Oh my god, I'm having feelings. Yeah, no, look, even in this, look. See? It looks, look, that, that's very pointed. Look at that. That's a lot more narrow of a, like, alright, what are you cooking? What are you cooking here? Or am I just reading into things at this point? Because, like, I'm looking at all of the screenshots and I'm like, what are you cooking? I'm going insane. So, yeah. I have feelings. I'm gonna quickly do this, though. Just in case, because if I open this and it... Yeah, because once this link... open this link in a browser window. Warning, will display your email address on first click. And that's why we changed screens. That's crazy. There we go. I was also prepared for that, so I knew. Oh, yeah, no, really good that it did. Did you save? I don't remember the last time I saved. Man, I'm having feelings right now, actually. I'm having so many feelings. My lord. I don't know if you've got background music right now because my thing's still broken. Man. I'm so excited. I'm having so many feelings. Like, my god. I'm having so many feelings. You've got music? Okay, good. Okay, good, because OBS is being silly for me today, haha. I don't know why, it just likes to do that sometimes. God bless it. Man, that was insane. I want the full game. Bro. I miss her, chat. I miss her already. I miss her already. There we go. I miss her. I miss her, chat. Man, I am so excited for this. This is gonna be insane. Like... Oh, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. I'm going insane, actually. Like, wow. So, like... Thank you so much for going insane for a wolf. Thank you for creating the fictional women. Thank you for creating Hannah. I owe you my life. Like, thank you for doing the Lord's work, because I'm feeling a lot of feelings right now. And so many of them are about Hannah. Like, I love all of these characters, but I am holding Hannah like she is everything to me. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. My god. I am so grateful and so thankful that I was given the opportunity to play this. Like, I thank you so much for letting me, and like, thank you for letting me do this. Like, I am so grateful. I'm rambling. Thank you for letting me play the demo. I normally don't play demos. I normally just wait until the full game. But when I saw, like, when I was I was like, no, we're doing this. Because after what happened, like, oh my god, thank you, thank you, my life has been changed today, and it comes in the form of Hannah. Like, my god. Oh my god. Like, I can feel the fixation happening here. I'm so glad. I feel extra motivated to go to work. Thank you. Thank you for doing the Lord's work. Like, she's so smart. Like, I like when she speaks. She speaks smart words, and I think she should do that. I think she should do a lot of that. I'm also very curious because she really is giving off she's already in love with Summer, like, vibes. And, like, I don't know if that's actually, like, intentional, but, like, I hope it is, because, like, oh my god, it was kind of crazy. And, like, her mom instantly being like, hee hee, like, about it, like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, Mom and Ma are stunning. Whoever designed, like, them, oh my god. Like, chef's kiss. I also really want to know what's going on with Quinn's eyes. What is happening there? Like, that is such an intentional design choice, and I have to know why. Like, I'm going insane. I also don't know if I was meant to, like, see and figure that out, like, right away. Those were purely Addie designs. As soon as she finished Mom's design. Oh, yeah. No, as soon as I saw Mom's design, I was like, yep, that's it for me. Thank you. Mom is everything. I really also want to know if it is Baby's breath that is the flower in her hair, because, like, if so, Addie's flower, like Addie's ability to just subtly put in a flower and just change everything is insane. Like, I want to know what flower it is, because flower meanings. Genuinely don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I need to know. I need to find out somehow. I'm gonna sit here and, like, compare every single flower in existence to make sure, because, like, oh my god. That's crazy. I have so many feelings about this. So anyway, for anyone who wants to be able to like for any of you oh my god, I'm having feelings. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just still like I keep staring at like the start screen and I'm just like, oh my god, every time I look at her, I'm getting like bam feelings. Oh my god. But yeah, don't forget, if you enjoyed this, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you will also get access to this demo so that you can experience it yourself. And as we've seen, there are slight differences because Justar and I had differences in our ones because Justar also got a demo copy. So like, make sure that you get a copy and try it out yourself, and you know, let me know what one you got if you were the same or different. Man, what a deal. I'm giving what a deal vibes. I'm so sorry. I'm having feelings. I am just losing my mind. This is gonna be my entire personality when it's done. When this is out as the full VN, this is gonna be my entire personality. I can feel it already. Marielle Chilarelia, yep, she's back. I believe in her existence. She's having a gay panic at like 1 o'clock in the morning, but trust me, it's surreal actually. Man. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to like play this demo. I am really grateful. So like, just wow, you know, like wow. My god. I'm having feelings. Every time I look at her, she's just so pretty, actually. Hannah birthday. Oh my god. Wait, actually, give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this right now. I'm sorry, guys. This is important to me. This is the most important thing ever. If you see me tweeting, look the other way. Oh my god. My god. Actually insane. How am I meant to be normal about this? Guys. My god, actually. Oh my god. So I'm in love with a fictional character, everybody, let it be known. This she's stunning. Like, wowie. Wowie? Let's stick with that. Wowie. Wowzers. Oh my god. I'm having a lot of feelings. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mari has Hannah, Shira has Quinn, Neki has Izzy, and I get Summer. Real! Absolutely real. No, absolutely correct. How many you love? I don't think it needs to be said. Okay, look. Man. And also, happy birthday, please be happy. Oh my god, I just realized the time. It's officially the 22nd for us over here. So it means, Anyway, I'm losing my mind. Obsess over this game with me. I'm gonna be going insane. Oh my god. Do you guys ever just have so many emotions that you can't function? Because I'm currently going through that right now. Happy birthday game that changed my life. Real. No, absolutely real. The way that that game changed the trajectory of my entire life is insane. And I have the feeling that this game is gonna be the same. I feel like by the end of it, I'm walking out of it a different person. Because, like, that's what happened with PBH. Like, I walked out of that a new person. I had a whole ass fucking life change through that game. Now, it's gonna happen again, and I'm so excited because this one is like, that was the demo. That was the demo. I'm going insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm having feelings. Hi, Scene. Are you good? What's wrong? Okay. So yeah. I will try and speedrun getting this one up onto the YouTube channel so that if you guys want to rewatch it, because I'm probably gonna hyperfixate on this. Can drop Please Be Happy Mari fan art just now for— oh my god, okay, I'm gonna have to check that. I'm gonna assume that's in my notifs. Wait. I shouldn't be on Twitter, but just look the other way. Happy year 1 anniversary to the name. Wait, this is so cute actually, what? Oh my god! Look at us! I love this actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. I also love you mentioning this game started my lovely tradition of Sapphic Sunday, because that's literally what happened with me and Wednesdays. Like, Women Love Wednesdays literally happened because of Please Be Happy. Like, that's insane. Oh, I have so many feelings actually. I love the art. You put a little hat on the baby. Look at the little hat on the baby. Oh my god. Yeah. I have the fabric to make that. I've been slowly putting together everything that I need. I just need to order one more. I'm waiting for my supplier to get one more fabric color in, and then once that's in, I can make Aspen, and I'm so excited actually, because like, it's gonna be so silly, and I'm gonna make them hold hands. It's gonna be a good time. I'm so ready for it. I wanted to get it done sooner, but like, it's been on like, what's it called? It's the one where they're like, oh, we had a whole heap of issues with the the product that arrived, so we've had to reorder it again. My Mimo has the— yeah! Our Mimos are adorable. Man. Okay. Alright. Okay, I'm like, okay. Having so many feelings right now. What's this week? This week is a busy week. I will let you know now, it's gonna be absolutely hectic. And we're doing a lot of crazy things. Oh my god, I'm having feelings. I'm sorry, I keep looking at her and I'm getting like flashbanged by I'm covering. Okay, no, I'm covering my screen. Okay, I can no longer see her. I should now be able to function like a normal person. Okay, so hydrate. Okay, absolutely, I need that. You're right. Okay, so in terms of streams this week, we have a very busy week ahead of us. You're gonna be seeing me every day for the rest of the week until Sunday, which probably sounds like a lot, because you haven't had that from me for a while. But hear me out. What is going to be happening this week is that in 19 hours, we have twofold, where we will be starting the other route. So we have that happening in 19 hours. It is 1 a.m. Holy shit. After that, we have It Takes Two, the next stream of that, because we're continuing that with Mori. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be crazy. Do you know what's gonna be funny? It's gonna be funny. You're running on like 3 hours of sleep. I did have a tiny little nap after like my work today, but it was like barely anything, and I was like, yeah, because the heat wave is bad. It is so bad. Temperatures are going to be hitting around 41 degrees Celsius over the next couple of days. And then after that, on Friday, we have Stardew Valley on this channel with Neki. We're bringing that back this week. And then Saturday, it will not be on this channel. It will be on Gantai's channel. Team Gay is getting back together. Not for Valorant this time, but for Overwatch. Because we picked up Overwatch again recently because we went from Valorant to, hey, let's try Overwatch again. Let's be silly. Gantai suggested it, and then I re-downloaded it and like made sure my account was correctly configured. Mori re-downloaded it, and then we've got a couple of other people that will hopefully be joining us from Team Gay, because Team Gay has become a little bit bigger. So the last time you guys saw Team Gay consisted of Neki, Shura, Jazz, Gantai, myself, and Mori. But now we actually have more people. We've kind of quietly on the sidelines brought a couple more people into Team Gay, so you guys will probably start seeing more of them in streams, hopefully. Some of them are in the American time zone, so like it's a little bit harder to coordinate with streaming kind of things, but hopefully you'll see them more on like Team Gay streams with both on Gantai's side and my side, and you know, all of that fun stuff. So I'm really excited about that, because that's more people to be gamers with. I love them all so much as well. One of them I like have adored for so long, so I'm like, ah! Do you know what I mean? I'm so excited. But yeah, so Gantai's channel, and I did quote retweet that, but I'll also make a proper addition to that in the schedules for this week in the Discord server. Reminder, if you are not already in there, we do have a Discord server for natural disasters, which includes all of the stuff for me. All you have to do is join in on there, grab the kindling roll, and you'll have access to everything that I am a part of. And also make sure while you're here as well, join the server for Studio Elon, because they also have a Discord server and they have a lot of information regarding all of their content as well, so make sure you join them. And also make sure, if you're interested in playing this demo, to subscribe to their Patreon, because I told you to do it right now. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Also, good luck on your streams this week. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for being here as I cried about fictional women. I always love when you guys join me, like at everyone. I love when you guys just come and hang out as I have gay like breakdowns over fictional women, because like, who would have thought that this would be where I would be? I feel blessed every day, actually. 825? That's insane. That's higher than it was last time I looked at it. But yeah, someone someday broke 800 views, which is insane, because my original goal when I first released that cover, thank you so much to the fact that I was given perms for that, my goal was to hit 80 views. So I've only cried about it hitting 800 like 5 times. It's fine. It's completely normal amount of times to get emotional. I've cried over the goals like being absolutely nailed like so many times now. I didn't think that would ever happen. Like, you know what I mean? That's crazy. 80 is a jerk. 80 I thought was me being too ambitious. So like 80 is a jerk for us. 80 was like, oh yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get this for a very long time, but like I'll still set it as like a goal to, you know, really strive for it. And it's probably gonna take a few covers and a few months, like almost like years, to probably get to like getting that many views and everything. And then it was like, bam, I was like 888, and now that's happening, and I'm like, oh my god, there's no way we're actually getting to this point, because like I didn't expect any of that. That's crazy. And I'm really grateful for that. Like, my god, I showed Neki some stuff recently from, like, my old, like, industry days, which I think Neki was having a good point and laugh at, from back when I was studying full-time and doing, like, professional work, and it's made me feel very emotional now, looking at, like, how much I used to do, and then how much I lost with the injury, and slowly getting back into things again, thanks to this, and thanks to, you know, Rai kind of, like, being like, no, you're gonna become a VTuber, you're gonna sing, you're gonna get back into all of this again, and it's been big, it's been crazy, and I'm getting emotional at 1 o'clock in the morning about things, haha. Anyway, so thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'm, oh my god, what are words? Let's see, who are we gonna go say hi to? Oh, I know who we're gonna say hi to today. Alright, so we're gonna raid a channel today. Please make sure to bring your absolute positivity, as we say at the, for every rave. Be the biggest kindlings you can, be loud, be exciting, bring your all. We're gonna go across right now. So as we say at the end of every stream, stay safe, make good choices. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Good night.